Well, it's Sunday Fun Day, especially if you like to go fast, because we're going to kick things off with qualifying as we get ready for the Porsche Owners Club Red Cup here this morning at Buttonwillow Motorsports Park. I'm Joe Peak with Joey Atterbury once again to bring you the action out on track. We're just waiting for the cars to get out there and start things off. Joey, one of the things we were talking about before we came live is, of course, the tendency for this area of California to see some relatively big swings in temperatures, and it is somewhat earlier in the morning.
It is a little bit earlier than what we started yesterday. However, I think the biggest difference is look at the sky. I mean, there is not a single cloud here in the sky in Southern California. So I expect the temperatures to be a little bit warmer here today, or at least a little bit warmer here before lunch. Is getting some awesome shots here on pre-grid.
Exactly. Drivers are ready to go and looking forward to getting onto the track, no doubt. Unlike yesterday, we started off with the Orange Cup for qualifying. This time going to be the Red Cup, so the slightly more powerful cars getting onto the track and trying their best to take the lessons from yesterday and seeing where they can improve. And I figure that's kind of the big thing here, Joey, is that you've had lots of time, you've had the overnight to digest the data, and supposedly, I would assume, today you can come back and make some improvements.
That's the whole idea of it, is that you always want to be getting faster throughout the weekend, whether that's in car setup, physically making the car faster, or the driver going out there reviewing data, reviewing video, maybe even just talking with the competitor saying, oh, well, I thought you were a little bit wide or maybe a little bit deep over here. And yeah, get to think about that over dinner, probably review all of that footage and come out here on Sunday morning with a nice new game plan to hopefully go faster and apply everything that you've learned.
Of the team transportation throughout the paddock there, I saw at least a longboard, I saw a mini bike, so everybody has their own methods of trying to get around the expanse here at Buttonwillow. And there are the cars pretty much lined up, ready to go. I believe they're going to be releasing them in just a couple minutes, and then they'll be on their way. They get 15 minutes to try and set their fastest lap out here, just under 2 minutes for a lap for most of the cars. So from what we saw yesterday, about 5 most for most drivers, 5 at most, that they'll be able to set down a flyer. That's if they try and take all the laps, but we should see potentially a few cool downs, trying to position themselves in some free air, and then take off on another. So it might be even fewer than that. And as we saw, Joey, there are definite spots where if you're pushing it, you could wind up off into the dirt, and well, you can say goodbye to that time.
Yeah, there's some danger areas yesterday. We had a couple cars off at turn number 1, but this was more during the racing when we had side-by-side, door-to-door type stuff. Had a couple cars down there in the turn number 3 complex, maybe overshoot the corner a little bit. And then the big one, Joe, at turns number 8 and turns number 9, some of the fastest corners on this racetrack. We saw several huge dust clouds going up over there.
Drivers would have to get the rags out after the race, no doubt, as they're now finally being released onto the circuit. But a little bit of cleanup, thankfully. I don't think we saw any serious damage being put on the cars, although in the Orange Cup we did have one car come to a halt after an off that we think may have been because of getting a little bit of damage running through the dirt and over the curbs out there. We also, as we did yesterday, have POC member Joe Wiederholt up in the booth with us. Joe W., welcome back out there. What's the general attitude down in the paddock here for day 2? Is everybody seeming pretty optimistic?
I would say yes. It's a beautiful day out there, and people love the change from the hotter summer conditions. It's always a little bit of a challenge on day. Most of these, all these categories you're seeing, they use a single set of tires for the weekend. So today they're running, even in qualifying, they're running on the used tires that they ran in qualifying and yesterday. So, it tends to slow things down a bit, so they're not on fresh tires. And we'll see how well people managed their tires yesterday, particularly by the end of the Red Cup race this afternoon.
Ooh, that's a good point. Yeah, that does make it tricky. Is there a general idea of how much time is expected to be cost by the wear and tear put on the tires? Are we talking a second, 2 seconds, more than that?
I would say in that range, you're looking at a second to 2 seconds. Again, it's actually just a touch probably cooler this morning than when we ran the qualifying yesterday for red. So that will tend to make the times faster. There's those two things will offset a bit. We ran later in the day with red for qualifying, and this morning's actually a little bit crisper. I think we'll end up with about the same temperature in the afternoon, but it started off pretty brisk with the lack of cloud cover. So they're running under just ideal conditions this morning.
And we saw Monsalve there coming out to try and set a lap. And Joey, I got to think that he's going to be extra motivated today after yesterday's race. Came away without even a podium after leading the majority of our Red Cup event on Saturday. So he's going to want to start things off, no doubt, with a nice, good pole position as he started yesterday. But even more, I'm sure, on his mind, thinking, I got to make up for lost potential.
Yeah, he is in that green number 87 here on the front straightaway, taking the green flag for the qualifying session right here. And yeah, just kind of unraveled a little bit for him yesterday in that afternoon race. Got a great start. Really kind of put it up the inside of turn number 1, was able to control the first half of the race, and then kind of one of the competitors, Van Noy, got up there, passed, and then they repassed, and then it was an interesting race after that one of who wanted that checkered flag.
We saw a complete switch around on top of timing and scoring, having a little bit of a hiccup. So before Monsalve had even lost the lead, we thought that he did, but it turned out he had not. And then suddenly he made the prediction come true all on his own, essentially. Somebody kicked up a little bit of dust there coming out of Grapevine, and then off into the bus stop they go, picking up quite a bit of speed in this section.
It's definitely one of the faster areas of the racetrack.
Ooh.
And that's another big dust cloud there. That's off on the left side. Now the wind is blowing it off to the left side, so I wonder if somebody just got really wide on the exit there of going into what is turn number 9, Phil Hill, as we're calling it out here this weekend. But don't see any cars, don't see any yellow flags from the corner station either.
Yeah, so it must have been just a little bit of a quick dip off on the outside. And thankfully, they do have that little bit of wind to kind of clear it out. As we saw yesterday, if you get a big enough dust cloud over the track, it can affect the passing opportunities. As we saw our leaders, we were just talking about Van Noy and Monsalve. That's what facilitated the first pass that we saw when Mike had to slow up, unsure of what was behind that dust cloud in front of him, along with the lap traffic. And then Van Noy essentially just grabbed the opportunity when he saw it. Oh, that was way wide there coming into sunset, excuse me. And that was not Monsalve. I believe that was Wesseling that just had that moment in the number 722, but it was good enough for third.
And turn number 12, I think, is another corner that we can definitely circle and say, hey, there's going to be a lot of dust kicked up here in this specific part of the racetrack. It comes off of the S's section where you're carrying a lot of speed, and then you really got to get it slowed down for that 90-degree left-hander to come out here onto this main straightaway. And here's another little bit of a dust cloud as these cars are working their way up and over. This is in the turn number 3 complex, heading down towards the bus stop.
Whoa! Somebody, again, had a giant off there. So that looks like somewhere on the exit of the bus stop, someone may have had a bit of an issue.
Oh, that's Monsalve.
I think you're right. He is on our provisional pole.
There's another car off. There's another car off, spun around right there on the inside of the bus stop. So that is on driver's left side in turn number 6. So I wonder if Monsalve was avoiding action at that point. That looks like Bob Mueller in the gold and white car.
I think you're right. Interesting. And Bob's sitting in P2 on our timing sheets. Van Noy currently in third. So some problems for some of our top runners. Apparently maybe pushing it a little bit beyond the limit.
And I think my biggest question as a competitor, right, is how much of that dirt is on the racetrack in that very, very fast section. You could be on the other side of the racetrack and not even see that dust cloud, and by the time you get over there to turn number 6, you're driving through an incredibly slippery piece of racetrack. So just something to keep an eye out for.
And that makes me wonder, and Joe W., you might know this, do many of the drivers have themselves a spotter or someone watching those sort of things in communication over radio?
Yeah, it's kind of a mix. I mean, a fair number of the drivers do have someone on the radio, and then it's just a question of they're often, standing up in the tower, so they have a pretty good view of the entire track, except for maybe the complex. So they can give them heads up on something like that, or at least hopefully they will, which can be very helpful. As you noted, that dust comes down and settles on the track, and it's really not visible to the drivers, and so you go kind of little voyage into the unknown, particularly on like a faster corner like Riverside.
This right here is Cotton Corners. Love that little sequence. Another interesting blind crest at the second part of it. And then off through Grapevine before we're back to where we were talking about. That dust could be covering part of the track out of here from Truck Stop into Riverside. So far, it looks like everybody is managing to keep it on the circuit. So while there may have been some drama, it doesn't look like it's going to elicit more of that, at least in this latter part of qualifying. We're already about 8 minutes in, so we're just past the halfway point.
Watching these cars approach turn number 9 and up and over the hill they go. Some of the elevation changes that we've got here at Buttonwillow, and then this is approaching that turn number 10 complex Star Mazda turn. And yesterday we had a lot of action going down here into this, call it extended hairpin, right? Because it's not just a true 180. It's kind of sharp and then opens up towards the exit in terms of that radius and feeds you into the S's here. But Joe Peak, I definitely think it was one of our more popular passing areas.
It looked like it provided a great chance. It makes sense. You think about how fast they're coming out of Phil Hill and down into that heavy braking zone. Plus, it's towards the end of the lap, so hopefully your rival won't have a chance to try and fight back. Wes Oline looks like he just improved that latest time by down to a 54.9. Has about 0.3 to make up to Van Noy up in P3. We'll see if he can get there. Van Noy actually only 0.2 off of Bob Mueller. And kind of nice to see that the times are closing in amongst them all. Oh, and now Bob Mueller, I think, may have improved. No, it's Van Noy. Excuse me. Van Noy up to the front row, only a 10th off of Mike Monsalve.
Yeah, it was a 54.0 out of Brian Van Noy on lap number 3. And we've still got another, call it 5.5 minutes left here in qualifying. So I think that if Brian wanted to either take a cool down lap, reset everything, and try to improve one more time for that pole position, he does have time to go out there and do that. Or if he's got enough fuel in the car and he's got enough tire underneath the thing, go out there and turn consecutive laps. Every driver, I was mentioning yesterday, is a little bit different in how they prepare, how they strategize for qualifying.
When you think about the number of turns on this track as well, Joe W., 0.136 of a second. I mean, all you have to do is make up hundredths here, hundredths there, and that can add up to a pole for the 641.
Well, yeah, I think that's a way of looking at it. You think they're doing, on the order of, say, 14 corners or something, and you're a 10th of a second off. It's obviously your difference by like 100th or something like that per corner. So they are clearly on just about the same pace, which I think bodes well for a nice race this afternoon.
Yeah, and we saw that yesterday, that they were really stuck with one another for most of it. And it came down to mistakes from both drivers that made the difference in the end. But Van Noy was definitely quicker in about the later part of the race. Just kind of gave it away at first, and then sort of lucked back into that win a little bit as Monsalve had a bigger problem in the end. Bob Mueller at one point early looked quick, but then kind of faded and did come home with a nice P2 in the end. We'll see if he can jump up one spot from third to get another second place if things stay as they are here in the qualifying. He's actually only about 0.4 off of Monsalve's current pole himself. So top three definitely split by very little between them.
That's what you like to see. You don't want the lap times too far spread apart, because then that means the racing might not be that exciting when we have these lap times that are only, call it a 10.5, maybe a couple tenths back to Bob Mueller. It makes for some very, very close racing where drivers really have to kind of put together the puzzle pieces, play that chess game out there, see if they're a little bit faster maybe in turn number 1, or can carry more speed through the bus stop section, be more aggressive maybe over Phil Hill turn number 9 here, and get those runs on the competitors, and then of course have the confidence in order to make that overtaking move, and hopefully maybe even one day collect the checkered flag like we saw yesterday.
I was just kind of looking down some of the other times. Anna Predeshu as well. 14 thousandths of a second off of Garrett Wesseling in that 4th place. That's going to be a fun little battle. Let's see if she can make up just that tiny bit of time to take that spot on row 2, as there's not much in it there either. Otherwise, another close fight is between Jim Salzer sitting in 7th, Daryl Troster just over a 10th behind for P7. Let's not forget, we also have various classes competing. Monsalve and pretty much the top, looks like 6 right now, are all in the Spec 991.2 class. Salzer is our quickest in the GT3 in this first group of 2. And then Daryl Troster is the fastest in the GT2s right now. We will have another group of drivers coming in for qualifying after this first 15 minutes is over. All the times will be added in, as we got a safety vehicle, it looks like, heading on a track.
That's no fun out there for somebody. That usually means that somebody stopped out there on the course, but I don't see anything, at least from anything that I've picked up over here. But qualifying is kind of rounding out here, about another minute and a half before we get the checkered flag on our first run group of the day. There he is. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah. Well, and I was about to ask, did we have a red flag or something? Because I don't see any cars on track right now.
We had this giant off very early in the session, and I wonder if the truck is going over there to a car that we simply can't see. Joe W., do you possibly have eyes on that?
I cannot see it from where I'm sitting. It's just outside of my view. Yeah, we do have a car off. It's being retrieved. I can't see it here, but I am getting a nod from race control that's what the safety vehicle is doing.
And I wonder if that is Dwayne Selby, because he does not have a lap time currently.
Good call on that one. That seems the most likely culprit. So what we thought may have been just kicked up dust on the outside. There we go. Okay, now we have better visual. So yeah, that car must have somehow veered off to the left-hand side and just been stuck for this entire session.
And it looks like it's pointed at us right now, right? We can see the 2 headlights, and that makes sense because it's a fast left-hander, Riverside. You come out of Riverside, turn number 8, which I guess is a right-hander, and then you kind of got that left-hand kink before turn number 9. And that's really where we saw that huge dust cloud off on driver's left, and it went a long ways.
Yeah, I wonder if it was just loose on entry. And they got it going. Does that look like Selby's car, Joe?
That is Dwayne Selby.
Great call, Joey. That looks like he's going to have to start from the back, unfortunately, because he does not have a time set.
But you know what? I think this is best case scenario. When you go off of the racetrack at that highest speed, and look, he's able to weave the car around. Yeah, there's a ton of dust and dirt coming out of the thing, but I'm sure that was a ride.
No doubt. It's dropping a bit of that dirt and gunk on the track, but at least it's rolling. It seems to be handling okay, so hopefully no damage. Oh, and what's this? Now that's
that's a different classed car altogether.
Yeah,
and he's on stickers from what I see. I wonder if a car left pit lane.
That's what I was just trying to figure out. I was trying to see if that was one of our orange cup cars, which wouldn't make sense.
It looked like a GT3 class car to me, but they have, which could run in the first group.
Okay.
The majority of the cars will run in the second group, and they're still on grid. But they may have gone out in the first group, and
that makes sense. Yeah,
we're stuck until qualifying completed.
A lot of interesting mysteries here. The first qualifying session of the morning. Like we were just mentioning, we got a second half of the Red Cup cars, and then we'll switch over a few minutes after that to the Orange Cup qualifying, also broken up into two halves. Have a little bit of a break, and then our first race will be the Orange Cup at 12:25 Pacific time when we kick off the action here on track. Qualifying has actually wrapped at this point. We're past the 15-minute mark by a couple minutes now.
Yeah, at least the first half here of the Red Cup.
True, yes. So I assume they're just making sure track is clear, race control's happy, then they'll release that second group in just a bit. Let's see, they were scheduled for 10 after, and yeah, we're 12 after right now. So there's maybe just a slight delay.
I think it's probably just making sure that the safety vehicle is back and staged exactly where it needs to be, and then maybe even see what happened down there in that turn number 1 and 2 complex after we saw that second car. But it seemed like Selby was back here, and actually look at this. We've got the cars rolling back out there on the racetrack, or if this is that single car that was still out there.
Yeah, I think that's the same car that's got
it. Yes, that's Kelly AAA's car. But I don't know what the issue was, but...
Well, and what's interesting, you say that, but there's no lap time for this car yet. So it was either very, very late out into the first group, or it was anxious.
My assumption was that maybe someone thought they were getting waved onto the track, and they were told, wait, maybe a bit too late there, and now they're being told to just continue on back.
It's a mystery. We'll have to have Batman come out here and solve this one.
The other cars are being released now, so we should see the other cars on track just momentarily.
Excellent. So glad to get back to the action as drivers get themselves up to speed. We'll see some time set here momentarily. Looking even trickier here today, once again, for these higher-powered cars. These classes, some of the quickest here in the Porsche Owners Club in 2025. And drivers will have their hands full trying to get the best out of them. Already seeing a few big off tracks early in the morning here at Buttonwillow. So still nice clear skies, and we wait patiently, get some times on the board, and then we can start to assess what this second group is going to look like.
I got to give it to everybody working out there at the facility this weekend. It's not always easy to go out there, retrieve cars, make sure everybody's in line, and still keep the schedule. I know that it's maybe, a couple minutes behind, but great job to everybody out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. I always want to give some love to all the workers behind the scenes that help put this on. Because, yes, we want to go and get to see the cars, but without all the extra hands, we don't get to see these cars race. So a huge thank you, a tip of the hat for me as well, to the corner workers, marshals, everybody here at Buttonwillow to help us get moving along each and every session. As out of Phil Hill and into the Star Mazda turn, we're just about done with this outlap for most of our cars, and then it's time to push. We'll see who's got the speed. Right now, provisional pole time is down to a 53.9. That is set by Mike Monsalve, and it's a 54 flat for Brian Van Noy behind him. Both of those are spec 991.2 cars holding the front row. Can anybody step up to match that?
And I was actually going to ask Joe W. because it almost seemed like Mike Monsalve's qualifying, same thing with Bob Mueller's qualifying, was a little bit abrupt out there from either them going off the racetrack and bringing it back in. Do you think that they got what they needed to out of qualifying, or do you think that they left a little bit of time on the table still?
I think you're seeing two things. Again, the times are almost 4 seconds slower than yesterday. We talked about how much slower would it be on the used tires today. So between track conditions and the used set, Mike was he was in the high 49s yesterday, and now he has a 53.9. So clearly having a big impact on his qualifying. I think they got what they needed. That typically you'll see them if they feel like they went out, tires are in the window, and they did a clean lap. They'll do one or two like that and then bring it in. I'll say then yesterday was almost more atypical, where if there's traffic, they don't get a clean lap, they miss a braking point or something, then they'll have to repeat it, and they might want to let the tires cool. So you'll see them do extra laps. If everything goes to plan, then they'll generally run less laps.
Which makes sense considering you got to make those tires live a relatively long life this weekend. It makes sense to just try and preserve your equipment. So, see, it looks like Dan Espezi out there in the 336 competing here in this session, waiting for a few more names to pop up. Kind of surprised we didn't get more of them as they cross the line. And, well, speaking of Dan, he's now our fastest with a 52 flat.
And that's what I think I was really curious about is, yeah, maybe Monsalve, Van Noy, Mueller got what they needed to in terms of their run group and kind of what was going on. But I was curious if anybody else is going to go up there and plain and simply go faster than what Mike Monsalve has done. And that's exactly what Dan Espezi's done. A 52.0, that is 1.9 seconds faster.
I'll say one thing to keep in mind is Dan's running in I believe Dan's running in a 992.1, so he's running in a slightly different S car. And Dan did not run yesterday, so Dan may be running on fresher tires. So this is, Dan wasn't in the race yesterday. He had other commitments yesterday, so he's out there today. So he may be on a fresher set of tires, which could be part of it. And again, he's running in a 992.1. So that could contribute to the difference.
I was about to ask because I didn't remember his name being on track yesterday. So, yeah, that makes sense that he's maybe got a little bit of fresher equipment out there. But we now have a lot more names up on the board of this second group, though. Trying to see, as Dan takes, did he just improve it once again, or did we get somebody else in there? As it jumped on me, but I missed.
I think it signifies fastest lap for me with the purple, but the other one that I do see is Garrett Wesseling, right? Well, isn't that a new name here in the second half of the qualifying? He's up into 5th overall with a 54.9 currently.
And that's another one of our 991.2s, so that's well up into that class where he's going to be competing with drivers who are 4 points.
And now Dan Espezi goes even faster. Not much faster, but down into the 51, so 51.93.
Gaviglio also improving. However, he is in the GT3 class, so he's GT3 pole sitter right now. Ryder Liu just improved up to 9th, overtaking Jim Salzer. So Ryder's in 2nd in that GT3 class. And so, nope, he's been replaced. Evan Golds is now in the mix and is just ahead of Leo by 0.07 of a second.
You know, and looking at the different classes like you just were, the GT2 class right now, Daryl Troster is holding that pole position at a 57.61. So a handful of classes out here going on right now, but a good mix of things and some of the fastest times we've seen today so far.
I think it's going to make for a really interesting race start because we have quite a few people that are running very close times. So turn one will maybe make a big difference in the race.
Could indeed. We saw that while it is possible to try and overtake here, some drivers do make life rather difficult for others around them. If you know how to defend, you can just be a bit of frustration for a number of drivers stuck behind you, and we can get some real trains forming. We're coming down to, well, it looks like they've continued the qualifying clock here. So will this be the full 15 minutes, or are they subtracting some of the time at the start? Do you know, Joe W.?
They'll probably go the full 15 minutes. We'll take that time out of the next session, most likely. They'll let this go the full duration.
Okay, so that was somewhere around, I believe, 3 minutes or so extra. So we've got, looks like about 7 minutes left to go or somewhere in the range of that. We don't have an exact number. We'll see if we can get that info here at some point. But they are just about halfway through this one. Not seeing any changing around as of late. Liu just came across, was not able to improve that time by, and he has very little to make up. Oh, never mind. We're actually getting the checkered flag already.
Oh, yeah, it is out there, and that's, a little early, I think, for some of these drivers hoping to want to maximize the qualifying time here. But, yeah, checkered flag is out. Apparently, they want to keep on schedule for lunch. I'm in agreement.
Understandable. You want a well-fed crew to be a good performing crew. So, got to give time to fill those stomachs. And I was about to say that we had some pretty close fights, but I think it looks like Evan Gold improved a bit, so he's now farther ahead of Leo, where it was only 700s before. That said, Salzer now within 300s of Ryder Liu as well. More drivers across the line. We'll just give it a little bit in case anybody hops around here, and we'll go through our finishing order on this second group.
Like you said, just watching these cars finish their qualifying effort out here, as long as you were able to start a lap before that checkered flag came out, you are allowed to finish it, as we see the rest of them either finishing that effort or keeping it up to temperature to bring it into the paddock. Make sure you get those good notes.
Looks like I think that's most of them across the line at this stage. So Dan Aspesi is on the pole position. Mike Monsalve will have to start next to him and have his work cut out for him from what it looks like. Brian Van Noy gets to try and fight once more, see if he can back up that win. He'll start from third, as Bob Mueller will be to his outside in fourth. You've got Garrett Wesseling in fifth, and Apprentice P6, and Brett Gaviglio starting from seventh. Tom Mueller, P8 for him, with Evan Gold starting from ninth. Ryder Liu, P10. Then outside those top 10, you've got Jim Salzer in 11th, Daryl Troster in P12, Roland Schmidt in the 13th position, Paul Barnes, P14, and Thomas Stone in 15th. Mick Janishak is P16, Andy Sloan is 17th, Marcus Rogan 18th, Kelly Triboulet in 19th, and Dwayne Selby last, unable to set a time due to an incident at the start of qualifying. As it says on screen, we've got Orange Cup qualifying in just a couple moments here, so I believe we are staying live, as it looks like they should be released any moment now.
Yeah, I think they're over there on pre-grid, and of course, these Orange Cup classed cars, lots of those Boxster spec racers. I believe some of those GT5 cars are mixed in there as well, but it really is kind of been the Rob Walker show here, at least yesterday. His competitor, Nick Malloy, in the first race, unfortunately had a little bit of a mechanical issue, so I'm curious if we're going to see Nick out there today.
Joe W.,
I think we'll see Nick out there today, assuming nothing happened between practice and right now. He was out in the morning practice, so I'm expecting to see him out, but I guess we'll see when we start the second half of qualifying. Nick will be out in that portion. Again, as we did yesterday, we split the Orange qualifying into two sections. They're gridded by their times in practice or their fast lap from yesterday in the race. So this group that's going out first were the cars that set slower times, and so they'll grid themselves with this, but when we get to the second half, then we'll see the cars that are more likely to set the pole times.
Well, I'm very curious. Did you have a chance, or did you hear any word in the paddock, Joe W., about what did cause Malloy to have to come to a halt in that race?
Yeah, it was just, I think, a first lap thing where he was pushing with Rob Walker and had he got off in the dirt a bit, and that caused some radiator damage. And although it tends to be pretty smooth around here, and not a lot of rocks or anything like that, but it did cause some damage, and so he had an issue and had to pull over.
Man, that is such a shame. But that is just how racing goes sometimes. It can be a little bit of bad luck, or sometimes a little bit of good luck that makes the big difference on the day. And Drivers should be released here in just a moment as we are 26 past the hour. And yeah, my qualifying timing sheet has just updated itself, and I see the timer starting. So I assume drivers are being waved onto the circuit.
We were talking about the air temperature a little bit earlier, and Joe W., since you're there on scene, is it about similar from yesterday, or maybe a little bit warmer today?
I would say very similar conditions to yesterday. By this time of morning, like I say, I think we started off a little cooler, but it is warming up nicely, all sunny. Yesterday we had that cloud cover, kept things kind of cool. It is warming up nicely, so I think we're running under just about same conditions as yesterday, maybe a little bit warmer track temperature, but air temperature probably about the same.
And that would definitely make sense, but I think that's exactly kind of what the race cars want to hear, right, Joe Peak? Is they want to have that nice, cool, crisp morning air, but they want the warm track temperature for that tire.
Yeah, right. It's like having the warm blanket on you, but then the fan is on. So you've got yourself the best of both worlds, and these cars should be singing nicely. But as we heard, the tires have been used a bit, so I wouldn't expect quicker lap times this time. Even still, they should be behaving quite nicely out on the circuit. And there's a few that haven't got themselves that clear a track. Imagine a few of them might be backing up a bit to try and get themselves some room.
I think that was one of the other class cars there going by Bob Chang. That was that yellow Boxster. I think that's Alicia Ray there in that turquoise colored car as well. I kind of referred to him as Skittles, kind of taste the rainbow yesterday. You got a little bit of everything out there right now.
That's like the Easter colors, I think, right? That they put out.
A few more months away, but yeah.
Definitely make them easy to recognize from our point. So we appreciate that from the drivers as they finish up their out lap here. This is out of the S's into Sunset. This has been a corner that has caused a few frustrations for a few of the drivers. And that was, I believe, no, that wasn't Walker, excuse me, that we saw there a little bit held up. I think that was Dave Gold that was caught behind somebody at that start of this first lap. We'll see if that compromises himself. Mike Porteous is also out there. I think he's at the front of this group in the red machine. He's running in the GT7 class.
Sorry to interrupt you there, but that was a big-time wiggle. I think that was out of Hazari. That's that yellow and maybe purple car with the highlights there going into the off-ramp section. So he's right on the back of Alicia Ray. But yeah, had a big-time moment there down in turn number 2.
And these spec Boxsters, I imagine that this is kind of a little closer to a lot of your background, Joey, because I know you raced in spec Miatas. I would assume these are probably a little bit more momentum-based cars.
When you think about racing, road racing in general, yes. When you think of spec cars, you think of lower horsepower, more momentum-based, where the driver really has to understand how to get the car around the racetrack rather than rely on the right foot and the gas pedal. When you hop into bigger cars, you've got the big engine to pull you out of some of those mistakes, to pull you out of some of those slow corners. However, when you're in a spec car and everybody's got the same horsepower, usually a very small amount, you really have to figure out how to drive the car around the corner to keep that momentum up. That way you don't have any of that loss of time.
And I'm trying to figure out if Alicia Ray is actually defending or is she trying to get out of the way here because she's been offline through a number of corners. Typically, it's not ideal to have to be competing like this side by side coming through Star Mazda. Hazari having some frustrations, and surely this has got to be single file through here. Indeed, now he is finally ahead of that Robin's Egg Blue machine, but this is not going to be a hot lap for either of them.
No, and I actually think that Hazari is going to go up underneath the Bob Chang as well, so he's going to clear both of those cars, and hopefully this next lap will probably be the start of one as we get a car around. That is the 525 spun in turn number 12 out here. Looks like he's going to get it pointed the right direction and get going again.
I don't see
that's Dustin Durant. This is his first race week, so he That must be his baptism there.
Ah, okay. So just a note for ourselves.
Yes.
He's listed as the 524 on ours, so one digit off. I'm glad he was able to get it going so quickly. Unfortunately, that means he's going to be slow at the start of the lap because that was well after the corner.
Definitely.
Yeah, that is the sad thing about going off there at sunset is you ruin 2 laps. And you ruin the lap you're on, and you ruin the next lap. So it's that's the characteristic of sunset.
You just got to do the extra wide U-turn around to the right to get the momentum going again.
The good news is he still has a little less than 10 minutes, so there's lots of laps that he can put in. Jane Scarcello, the first time around, is being marked as our quickest by about 0.7 of a second. Hazari, in spite of dueling side by side, is our second fastest car in the 152.
Well, let's see what this next lap is actually going to do for Hazari, and the same thing with Bob Chang. So if we remember, that yellow car let Hazari through going into turn number 12 right before we kind of saw that late spin there previously. But now Bob Chang has done a terrific job to essentially attach himself to the back of that Spec 2.7 car in front of him. We're going to see if they can both improve their lap time. Hazari looks fast this lap.
He does, and in that sense, I kind of don't blame him for trying to make some overtakes. He wanted to get clear of all this and give himself some room to try and fly here. So will Scarcello be overtaken for the top spot? It was there 0.75 of a second there for Vivek with a little bit more clear air. That is Porteous just in front of him, and though he did catch him, it doesn't look like he's going to hold him up at all. And yes, indeed, well, at least temporarily, Hazari was at the top, and my goodness, it is a slot machine as they changed all around. And no surprise to me, after his speed yesterday, Bob Chang now the fastest, down to a 2:13.2.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. So Hazari put down actually a 2:11.8. Is that what I'm seeing right there in terms of his last lap time? That is going to be the fastest in terms of what we've seen out here, especially out of those Spec 2.7 cars. So I'm a little bit curious, and that lap time shows up as a white lap time instead of a green lap time for me. So I think that is interesting. But yeah, definitely a 2:11.8 on the board from Hazari.
Could be just an error in our timing and scoring. Who was that? Having a problem in the cotton corners. Just trying to make it out.
You know, and so what we don't see from that TV angle is there's a right-hander that feeds into that complex right there. So if you're out of shape going into it, oh, man, you better hang on.
I'm thinking that was David Gold, but I'm not 100% certain, as the dust made it difficult to see.
Yeah, David's currently sitting in sixth position, quickest time of a 2:16.6. And again, if you're just joining us, this is the first of 2 groups that will be qualifying, and it will be added in amongst these times. But they just try to give the drivers plenty of room out on the circuit. But yeah, man, we saw Bob Chang make some impressive moves out there and show some great speed. He's picking it up today, showing that he might be able to start a little bit higher up, but that will depend on where the second group qualifies. Ahead of them, Hazari, now once again kind of out in that clear air. Initially was the quickest, but then a glitch or something has moved him down to 4th. Let's see if this one will count this time, as this time he was ahead of Mike Porteous and waiting for him to cross the line. It was a 2:12, but still not showing above anybody.
Yeah, I mean, flat out, just plain and simple, even if timing and scoring is having its weekend moment over here, Hazari is the fastest car in this qualifying group right now, the first half of this Orange Cup, and that lap time was at 2:12.0. The fastest BSR car right now is Bob Chang, that bright yellow machine, a 2:16.9. I'm sorry, a 2:13.2. I was looking at the wrong time there, is what he has done so far today.
So looking down through the order, Alicia Ray gave us a lot of fun out on track, doing some great defense, sitting in 5th out of this first group. Somebody again off in sunset. Let's see if we can make out who this is as they fly by. I think that was Hazari, actually.
No, I don't think that was Hazari because he was running with Porteous and company. So I think he's on the other side of the racetrack right now, along with this group. So it was a similar car, but it was tough to tell with that static camera going around. There's Hazari right there going up into
Okay, yep, you're right. Then Freck. I'm not entirely sure.
This is that group right here, I believe, that we were watching.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe W., is that a 944 with the yellow highlights that was just off there? Yeah, it certainly seems like it.
Yes, I wasn't able to. I was watching some other area on the track, so
no,
apologize for that.
It's this 944 going through the bus stop currently, right about now.
Yes, that's a. They used to be spec 944s. We now run them in the GT7 class. That's Randy Bersham.
Ah, there we go. So that's the 713 that we've been following on screen. He sits in 8th position. Quickest time down to a 2:23.7 at the moment. Pretty wide swath of times out here because that's 10 seconds, more than 10 seconds actually, off the pole if we're going by Hazari as being our fastest out here, because we think it's down to a 2:11 something for him. But we're up to 10 minutes into this, so we're now into the final third of the qualifying. It's getting down to it if anybody's got anything left in those tires, as I do see a few of the drivers, including Chang and Ray, coming into pit lane. So a few have decided they've got the best out of it, and they're just going to preserve their rubber.
I'm going to bring up a point that Joe W. brought up a little bit earlier in the show, is that these drivers, they're only the one set of tires for the weekend. So the later we get into the weekend, I think the more management of speed there has to be, right? You can't go out there and run a full qualifying session and expect the tires to be there at the very, very end of the day, at the end of the weekend. So this racetrack, a very low grip racetrack, can definitely tear up some tires out there just with how much sand and silt has run across this racetrack for however many years. I think you got to be careful about the rubber you're putting down underneath the car.
You could see the second group lined up there on pit lane, ready to go. Amongst them, Rob Walker, who we expect to be pretty fast. Nigel Maidment, still looking for his first win this season, has come very close twice now with 2 second places. Hoping to see if he can maybe keep Rob a little bit more honest this time, because both races so far, Walker's just been running away up at the front of the field. So we watch Hazari once more come through the Star Mazda turn back into the S's. Very fast set of sweepers that when we got some onboards can see the cars are absolutely having to attack and clobber these curbs through there to try to straight line it as much as possible.
And he's been very, very fast from the run through the S's down into what is turn number 12, where we just saw him go through. And there's the checkered flag out, ending this qualifying session. Hazari, that last lap time, a 2:13.0. So Jane Scarcello still on top of the board, a 2:11.4, at least on timing and scoring.
Oh, wow. When did she set that? And I remember it was a 2:11 for Hazari. Do we remember the exact time for that? Because that is going to be close on whether it will be Vivek. Oh, as we got one car off. I didn't quite catch the number.
No, I think it was a gray Mazda coming in. Joe W., do you know which car?
That would be Jane Scarcello, I believe.
Well, that'll be interesting because she set the fastest lap time, but you know what? Just forget that last one.
Yeah, last lap not going to really count, as most of them seem to have taken that checkered flag at this stage, I'm pretty sure. Or if they haven't, they're going to pretty soon, because we should be close to that 2 minutes past it. Anybody who was on a lap has probably completed it. And indeed, I just saw, I think that was Maidment going by. No, excuse me, that was Porteous that we saw in the red machine. So they haven't released the other cars quite yet. There's 2 more done and dusted. Scarcello marked as the fastest, but we're unclear on whether or not Vivek Hazari will be scored ahead or behind Jane, as Bob Chang right now showing in second, Mike Porteous third, Vivek Hazari is being shown in fourth, but we did see him go faster than that. Alicia Ray, P5, Dave Gold, 6. You've got Kunal Handuja in 7th, Ted Freck, 8th, Randy Bergen, 9th, and Dustin Durant down in 10th.
And Joe W., I wanted to ask you, and we don't have to talk about it too much because I know that Mike Porteous is in a different brand of car, I believe. How much horsepower is in that thing?
I think, to tell you the truth, I'd have to look that up. But my guess is he's probably in the, mid 150s to low 160s, something like that. It's a very light car. These spec Boxsters, a typical engine on those will dyno at, low to mid 190s and at wheel horsepower. And the minimum weight for those cars with drivers 2650. Mike Porteous will be in the car substantially lighter than that. So, and he's in the GT7 class, which is the lowest power to weight, even below the spec Boxsters. So I would say, probably 160 or something like that. It's a light car and low horsepower.
Yeah, that's what I was really getting at, because in order to kind of outrun some of these other machines, at least how that car is outrunning them, not necessarily through the corners per se, but just how light it is. It's pretty impressive out there when you put him up against some of these other Porsches.
Yes, I mean, he's driving the wheels off it too.
Yes. Yep.
Sometimes driver can make a huge difference back there. As much as you want to try and spend the money on the car, you still got to try and drive the thing. So we see them all getting out onto the track. Wonderly in there as well. He gave us lots of fun. He's in that orange and tiger striped car that we just saw flash past us. Looking forward to him and Maidment getting ready to go at it once again, as their rivalry's been going on, it sounds like, for much of the season. Actually, typically very close to one another. But you saw the 253 go by us with the stripe on the side. An easy way to notice it is think of Herbie the Love Bug, as it is paying homage to that. It has been the quickest all weekend long, barring Van Noy when he is out there. But I suspect from what we hear that Van Noy should be back on the track. Can he manage to keep Rob Walker in check today?
And I think it's Nick Malloy is the one in the Boxster.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, you're right.
There's Oys out there for sure.
Right.
Between Van Noy and the Red Cup. And then, of course, we got Nick Malloy out here. And that's that nice charcoal gray Boxster that we saw out there. So he's going to be looking to set another fast lap time, because my memory is never good with all this stuff. He was on pole yesterday for the first race. It was just the little bit of an incident that kind of took him out from Saturday.
I do remember that, yeah. And he was supposed to be on the pole for the second race, too.
Yes,
a little bit wide at the apex there, but he could not start the race because of the issues he ran into of that first race, which essentially gave Rob Walker almost free reign from the very beginning of that one. They're just starting their first flying laps now. We got to wait for the drivers to come back around to show up, although we may have a tiny glitch here, so apologies if we don't get you some lap times immediately. As soon as we get that information, we'll pass it on to the viewers.
And the other thing to keep in mind for Nick Malloy is, since Nick unfortunately missed most of race 1 and missed race 2, he's on substantially fresher tires than most of the rest of the group. Although he just put 2 wheels off going through bus stops, so I don't think this is going to be a super fast lap. We'll see.
That's a great point, simply because he doesn't have the mileage on him from both race number 1 and race number 2, so he's got much fresher tires. That could pay huge dividends here in qualifying. The other thing, don't be too worried if you see a lot of these spec cars kicking up dust. Back in my driving career of spec cars, I would consider off the racetrack still part of the racetrack. Whatever gets you around it fastest.
Well, in
Is-
particular here at Willow, with this really light, silty dirt, if you even hang the tire over the edge, you're going to get a significant puff of dust, and that's an ideal corner exit, is just a little puff of dust. So a little's good, and a lot is, as we've seen, a lot is not so good.
I mean, we're talking about the low horsepower. Sometimes you need to get that engine spinning a little bit faster, however way you need. Maybe it's one tire in the dirt.
And, oh, well, there you go. Nick Malloy was quickest. It looks like Rob Walker has beat him, though, a 2:04.5 right now at the top. Chris McDuff onto the front row, the 2:06.3, 1.7 seconds between them. Bill Durant is the next across. He puts it into fourth ahead of Scarcello. Nigel Maidment, surprisingly far down on this first time through, but there's still lots of time left on the board. See if he climbs up any higher to get closer to the podium.
Yeah, Murray Wonderly slotted himself in right behind Nigel Maidment. Remember, they were pretty much attached at the bumper yesterday. And going back to what Joe W. said, he saw Nick Malloy kind of have an incident down there in the bus stop section that lap. So maybe not the fastest representation for that number 149, at least on lap number 1. And he's only about a tenth and a half off of Chris McDuff, who slotted in directly in front of him.
I might need some clarification from Joe W. on this one. We've got Larry Haas out there today, and we're very familiar with Larry because we see him compete in the virtual series, the Porsche Owners Club Sim series that we cover back over on the Global Sim Racing channel. But his notes have him listed as the two-time John Deere Award winner. Can you tell us what that means?
Well, you know, I think we're probably not the only club in the country that has a similar award, but we always say that's the award given to the driver that has the most or the most exciting off-track excursions and does a little more farming than the rest of the crew.
Aha.
So Larry has had some fairly spectacular offs. In particular at Willow Springs, he had one where he actually went through the turn 8 wall. So but he, you know, lived to tell about it, and so he's back at it. But yes, we hand out that award annually to the person with the most spectacular off-track excursions.
I'm Joe Peak, there's plenty of farming equipment down here at Buttonwillow, too.
Yeah, exactly. So he'll feel right at home. But I'm just glad he's got a good sense of humor about it, that he's willing to brag that he's won it twice. Walker, by the way, improved his time again, down to a 2:03.9. Malloy did also improve, but only to a 2:04.9. So there's still roughly a second between the pair of them. That's Maidment past our screens now. He's up to fifth with a 2:07.3. And this is all our BSR class cars, except for Bill Durant, who is currently fourth overall in a GT5.
The one that surprises me the most is just the gap between fifth and sixth in BSR. That's that Nigel Maidment Murray Wonderly battle. I had mentioned they were attached at the bumper yesterday, so I expect them to be on top of each other in terms of pace today as well. And they're actually running together out there on the racetrack as well. So they're almost in a faux race 2.0 out here in qualifying. But Murray Wonderly maybe just looking for a little bit more grip here Sunday.
And Murray, of course, maybe trying to pick up a few pointers as well as he chases behind Maidment. He's actually 0.8 off. Yeah, 0.8 of a second off of him. So that's not as close as we thought it would be in terms of time. But you're right that they are lined up fifth and sixth out of the entire field at this stage. I think the only car that we haven't seen set a time is Dustin Durant in that 5:24. Everybody else has got at least one on the board at this stage of our 20 vehicles that have made their way onto the track. But a bit of a surprise here that Rob Walker has been able to best Nick Malloy, and by quite a wide margin, especially since, like we said, we expected Nick to have very good tires, and there was a bit of a slow Maidment off of Phil Hill.
I think probably just abandoning the lap, kind of calling it good for qualifying. If my timing and scoring is still going, and we've only got a handful of minutes here left in the second half of qualifying, And looking through the times, you had mentioned Larry Haas, but the two cars directly behind, it was pretty much lining up for a shootout at the end of the race yesterday. That is Branimir Kovac and Adam Abrams. Remember that battle, Joe Peak? That was a good one in those last handful of laps, and they're going to be lined up next to each other to start this one.
Ooh, yeah, that's going to be tasty as we see Wonderly go past the final corner, seeing if he improves this time by waiting for his car to cross. And my timing and scoring is unfortunately not updating right now, so I guess I won't get to know that in the end, as we see more of them try to just clip that inside curve. Looks like there is at least a little bit of camber on that final corner to help you out, try to carry the speed.
It looks like a very interesting corner because it's not quite 90 degrees. It's just shy of that. And then, like you said, it's got a little bit of natural camber, but the apex curb is way up there in terms of elevation. So I think if you go in there and clobber the apex curb, you're kind of straddling that natural camber of the racetrack. You're not driving it into the racetrack, if that makes sense. So I've seen a lot of cars skate the front end. I wonder if that's just from the natural low grip of the racetrack. And if you skate the front end in the first half of turn number 12, you're going to go wide. So it looks like one of those corners that you want to be aggressive at, but you probably should back up a little bit more than what you think.
And Joe W., we've been talking about how some of the drivers have needed to be aggressive on some of these curves. I would assume, the quality of product that Porsche puts out, these cars are pretty durable, but is there any concern when you do hit some of these taller curbs too hard that you got to be careful not to do it too often?
Yes. I mean, it tends to be a thing that builds over time. I would say it's hardest on the wheel bearings, that going through a good strategy is, put new ones on after Buttonwillow. We use a lot of curbs, and that, I would say, that tends to be the thing that we see the most is it causes some wheel bearing issues. Usually you can get through the weekend, but sometimes you'll pick up a little vibration or hum, and you know what it is if you've driven here a few times. It's going through the bus stop more than anything else. You're really, really pounding those curbs.
I think we need to give a good nod to Bill Durant once again, because as the checkered flag comes out here and Maidment does not improve on that final lap, Bill in the GT5 class is 4th overall. You have to go down to 11th place for Jane Scarcello, 2nd in that GT5 class. Bill is just super outperforming the car, I think, a bit here.
A 207.20 is that lap time that he was able to put down, and to compare it to Scarcello a little bit further down at 211.4. So Durant, what is that, a solid 4 seconds faster?
Yeah, wow. That's massive. So hopefully, barring disaster, he's got a big advantage that he can capitalize on come the race to try and bring home that class win. So it's easier in theory than it is in reality, though. So it looks like most of the drivers have completed their qualifying, as we're not seeing anybody across this stage. So I think we're safe to go through our finishing order for the Orange Cup qualifiers. Rob Walker, the quickest, ahead of Nick Malloy, who we didn't really get to see try to compete with him yesterday in the race. Will that be different today? Chris McDuff is 3rd. As we've been saying, Bill Durant is 4th overall, but fastest in the GT5s. Nigel Maidment, P5, with Murray Wonderly in 6th. You've got Larry Haas in 7th and Branimir Kovac in the 8th position. Adam Abrams, good enough for 9th today, with Alan Watts in 10th. Jane Scarcello in 11th overall is then followed by Bob Chang. Mike Porteous, quickest of the GT7s, is 13th. Vivek Kazari, fastest of the Spec 2.7s, in 14th. Alicia Ray, down in 15th today. We'll see if she can make some passes, get that track position, and play defense again, as David Gold will be behind her in 16th. Kunal Hinduja, 17th. Ted Freck in 18th. Randy Bersham in 19th. And Dustin Durant rounds out your 20 cars. As we said a little bit earlier, our racing takes place a little bit later today. at 12:25 p.m. Pacific is when the Orange Cup race will take place here at Buttonwillow. Make sure and tune in if you haven't yet. Like and subscribe to the Driver's Eye live channel. We've got more racing coming your way in just a bit. Our Orange Cup drivers have had 2 races to try to get it right, but now it's down to the last attempt as our 3rd race of the weekend is getting ready to kick off. It's time for the Orange Cup, race number 3 here in the Porsche Owners Club here at Buttonwillow Motor Speedway. I'm Joe Peak, and with me is Joey Atterbury, along with Joe Wiederholt once again. And drivers getting ready for the first race of today as well. We've had the qualifying sessions, Joey, but it's always a little bit different going into competition with other cars on the track there.
Yeah, hopefully everybody has gotten a lunch out there, and the drivers have now strapped themselves into the race cars here for this Orange Cup race, the first race that we've got here this afternoon. Gotta have a lot of these Boxster spec cars out there, as well as some GT5s and GT7s and Spec 2.7 class cars as well. But I think this is kind of wrapping up the weekend for these competitors. So you always want to end on a high note. Take all the information that you've learned over the weekend. It's time to apply all of that and hopefully load back up into the trailer with some positive vibes today.
Yep, that's what everybody's looking for, is to be able to end on a high note here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. And the drivers will be having an interesting one. We'll go over that in a little bit, as the order has been shuffled up by a couple interesting setbacks for some drivers. But we'll cover that once we get to the grid itself here, which looks like we're doing now. So Chris McDuff has been promoted on to the pole. And then Nigel Maidment will be starting next to him, still looking for that first win of the season, but he's going to have to beat Chris for it here on the outside of that front row. Murray Wonderly also looking for that first win, is starting from 3rd. He hasn't beaten Nigel yet this weekend. Larry Haas, a great qualifying there, starting from 4th position. Then on into row 3. Branimir Kovac starts from 5th. Adam Abrams will be in 6th position at the start. Alan Watts starting in 7th, and Bob Chang in P8. Bob tending to put on a good show out there. Dustin Durant will be in the 9th spot, and Alicia Ray will be starting next to Dustin, rounding out your top 10. Kunal Hinduja starts in 11th. Nick Malloy in the 12th position there on row number 6. And then off into row 7. Rob Walker starts from 13th, followed by David Gold in P14. Looks like they're getting ready to send the cars off, as Mike Porteous will be starting in 15th position. Ted Freck in P16. Then down into row 9, Randy Bersham starts in 17th. Will Durant will be starting in the 18th position. Tends to like to go by as Bill. Vivek Kazari starts in 19th. Jane Scarcello starts in 20th. And as we look behind them, down in the 11th row, we will see the likes of Malloy starting at the back of the field alongside Rob Walker. Now, 2 different reasons here, as Malloy was underweight in the scrutineering, so he failed tech. Will have to start from the back. Now, Rob is different. His tires have gone out. He's had to replace them. But as soon as you replace your tires, you're sent to the back of the grid. And Joey, you were just talking to me. The pace difference might make it actually interesting to see if they could stretch forward to grab a win from the very back of the field.
Yeah, I think that they'll be able to move through quite quickly, just based off of the lap times yesterday and then also the qualifying times from earlier this morning. I think that both Rob and Nick have the pace to essentially work through the entire field here, or at least their class at probably in a handful of laps, probably a few laps if I was going to be really aggressive out there. So I still think it's going to be Nick Malloy versus Rob Walker.
I think so too, except the battle is going to be between them while also battling everybody else on the track, as we see on board with Rob Walker having to pass through the field while fighting each other. That's going to bring some excitement. And with this being the last race of the weekend for the Orange Cup here, Joe W., do the drivers tend to feel a little bit of pressure, especially if they haven't performed, to get a good one in here at the end?
I think you'll see both sides of that. For the drivers that have been doing well, to whatever their own standards are, they'll be very relaxed going into this race because they know they've had a good weekend and they just want to finish it out that way. For the folks that haven't had things go their way, yeah, I think they're feeling the pressure. What you talked about is everybody wants to close on a good note. It's a long drive home for many people, and it's not much fun in the car if you feel like you did a poor job. So, yeah, you'll have some folks out there that really want to, put it together for this race if they haven't so far this weekend.
No doubt. And coming out of Phil Hill already, drivers getting ready to go double file here in the last part of this warm-up lap. Just like yesterday, it is an 11-lap race. If they do have a full course yellow, it'll be limited to 25 minutes, depending on how long they go during that yellow flag session. And the two classes will, again, get a split start as we come around Star Mazda turn and on to the S's. Drivers now starting to form those two columns, getting ready to go, Joey, here to wrap up the weekend.
Yeah, I think all the nerves are finally kind of washed away by now. Everybody has done their squiggles out there on the racetrack in order to warm up the tires, warm up the brains, and now they're just looking towards turn number 12, then set the eyes on that flag stand. They'll have that designated start area, and we'll be going racing.
Will we see our second in line there on the outside of the front row of Maidment finally get on the top step, or is he going to be beat to that checkered flag by our pole sitter? As there is the green flag heading down into turn one. Both drivers get about an even start coming into that first corner and flying into that quick left-hander. Who is going to be able to make it out the other side? As yesterday we did have some drama on lap 2 into there. Good clean start though from what I'm seeing heading down into 2.
Yeah, and I think crucially, Rob Walker was able to get up the inside and look at him there on the inside of the off-ramp as well. He's about 7 or 8 cars behind our overall leader, but crucially in front of Nick Malloy as we're arguing now side by side, heading down into what is turn number 3.
Looks like Maidment is trying very hard to take this lead away, but he finally backs off and slots into second. More frantic moments coming down into cotton corners for the mid-pack drivers. Well, like you said, it seems as though Rob Walker has made up big ground. So I'm curious to see. I'm trying to see if we can spot Malloy along with him and if he's been gaining as many spots.
He's about 3 cars back from Rob Walker right now. Yeah, there's a 3 car length difference, or I shouldn't say 3 car length, but 3 position difference between Rob Walker and Nick Malloy right now as we head over to what is turn number 9, arc it around this fast turn 8 Riverside, then head through this left kink up and over the hill of Phil Hill, and it is still that white car out front being chased. And now I think that I don't see Murray Wonderly up there anymore.
Ooh, that's not good. He had a decent starting spot. Usually he's fighting with Nigel Maidment, but must have had an issue here at the start of the lap. Trying to see if I could spot him, and I'm not sure if I saw him go by in this group as we got a pass for the lead, and I think Nigel is finally going to be able to run up to the front.
Gonna see how it is going through the S's here, and now we've got a car spinning at the end of the S's. Careful for everybody else going through. Looks like they're gonna be off on driver's left side of the racetrack, pointed the wrong way. Oh my goodness, drama up front.
Yeah, it rarely ends well when people try to go side by side through the S's.
As we've seen demonstrated, and there I see Wonderly coming around just ahead of that mid-pack with our brand new leader up at the front. But did I just see Walker already fighting for second place heading down into turn 1? It looks like he was, so he has wasted absolutely no time, and this is going to be a difficult ask for our new leader.
Yes, sir, and I think it might be for third place overall. I think one of our cars has escaped. No, you're right. That is for second place overall. There goes Rob Walker into second. So now there is just one car between himself and that lead position as we approach turn number 3. He's only got, call it about 3 seconds, maybe 4 seconds of track position that he needs to make up. And judging by his lap times earlier today and yesterday, that is about 1, maybe 2 laps.
Just trying to figure out if that was Branimir in behind him or if that was Malloy just giving chase. Bit of a close moment there coming into the bus stop there for Murray, but he is rebuffed as the drivers tend to try to stay single file through there.
And see how much ground Rob Walker's already closed out. I mean, you can just see him physically distancing himself already from third place. So that's the gap that he has already made. Just slowly starting to hunt in our leader. Nick Malloy, I think, is that gray car currently sitting in what is fourth place. So he looks to be making a move down here into that Star Mazda turn, try to follow Rob Walker on his charge.
I believe it was Chris McDuff who started on the pole, and he held that top spot for a bit, but has now fallen into second, and he's going to have a hard time holding back Malloy as well. You can see how spread out they are up at the very front of the field, and I am pretty sure that's because both cars know they've got to make hay here in the early stages.
And just look at the amount of ground that he's already caught up. By the time we reach the start-finish line, he's only going to be, call it about a half second back. There's Malloy already on the bumper as well. So it is Chris McDuff out front. Rob Walker only, call it a half second, maybe 3/4 of a second now. Followed with Branimir Kovac and Nick Malloy in fourth.
And that last lap, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. That incident in the S's, that's where Nigel Maidment, you'll see just crossing start finish now. That's where he and I believe Chris McDuff were side by side, and Nigel had that off then.
Somebody's had an off coming off of Sunset Bend. Go ahead.
I was going to say, just the amount of dust there looked to be more of a spin than an off.
You might be right. What I was going to say is we hop back with Rob Walker. His last lap was, I believe, 3.5 seconds quicker than Chris McDuff, who's being shown as our leader. Now, that might not be accurate, but it definitely seems he is looking very, very fast here as we continue to ride on board, coming now through the bus stop and into Riverside. Long, sweeping right-hander right here, but then it sets you up on the run towards Phil Hill.
And you can just see how much Rob Walker is charging these corners. Now he slips down to the inside of Phil Hill, already grabs the lead by Apex. New leader, the 253 of Rob Walker.
Did not take him long to go at all. So essentially took 2 laps for him to try and move up to the top, maybe even 3 here as we watch the field once again file into the off-ramp. He's got clear track, and when that has happened in the past, he tends to run away from the field. Behind him in third, that does appear to be Nick Malloy, and I think he's gotten by Branimir because I believe Nick was in the gray machine.
Correct, yeah, that is Nick Malloy now sitting in third place. I'm curious to see what his lap time is. Of course, we know how fast Rob Walker has been out front. He's now on the start-finish line. Oh, a little bit wide there through turn number 12 from Nick Malloy, so that's going to cost him just a little bit of lap time. Branimir Kovac still hanging on over Larry Haas and Murray Wonderly, but that lap time out of Malloy, a little bit better this time, 2:07.2. That puts him pretty much even with Rob Walker out front.
So McDuff losing the lead temporarily, getting back to it, and then unfortunately is caught by Rob Walker, so it's not likely we'll see him chase him back down unless Rob himself makes a mistake. Former leader Nigel Maidment is all the way down in 9th position, I'm seeing, after I'm guessing he was involved potentially in that issue coming through the S's a little bit earlier in this race and lost such valuable track position.
Oh, you know what? That's a great point, and that would make sense because he was certainly way up there towards the front of the field. A little bit of a shame to see because it was such a great battle between Maidment and Wonderly that we've had going this weekend, but good to see Nigel back out there on the racetrack recovering.
Now, as for our other classes, I believe Porteous is leading in GT7, but Bill Durant is currently down in 16th, leading in the GT5. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's accurate from what I can see up and down. He doesn't have as many cars between himself and James Scarcello as we saw before in the qualifying. So he still has some work to do to try to make sure he holds on to that class lead. In the meantime, the Boxster Spec class sees Rob Walker, of course, as we've seen much of this season, up at the front.
Still holds the fastest lap time. Rob's fastest lap at 2:05.6. And you got to wonder how much those new tires are really helping out Rob Walker. And quite honestly, the competitor in me, Joe Peak, I think says, why not, right? You know you're fast enough to go ahead and pass everybody, so I don't necessarily see it as a disadvantage to start at the back. The only maybe scary part would be the initial start, but if you're confident in your racecraft and your racing abilities, then you should have no problem putting it 2 wide, 3 wide, as long as you trust your competitors.
I think Malloy was pretty confident in his abilities because he got awful close on the exit of Sunset, kicking up the dust. He continues to chase. McDuff is down the inside. Wonderly is going to be able to try to overtake Larry Haas. That'll be for 5th overall here. Nice smooth move into the first corner. Now up ahead of him, Branimir Kovac for 4th place, but they're a bit a ways away from the podium, which is Walker, McDuff, and Malloy, with Nick continuing to try to chase down Chris. And the other thing that I can think of, Joey, is what's that phrase you always use? More smiles per hour?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what starting from the back provides you, is that if you want to go practice your racecraft and you know you're fast, well, why not, right? You get to practice going past everybody. You get to practice carrying the momentum in corners. And let's say if it's too wide in front of you, how do you set that up efficiently so you don't get held up yourself? And ultimately, like you were just pointing out, passing people is fun.
Absolutely. Certainly making him feel good, no doubt, up there at the front. Last time at the line, it was about 4 seconds over McDuff. It looked like it was about 1.6 between Malloy and McDuff. We'll see what the difference is between them, as consistently the 149 has been quicker. With your experience with these two here, Joe W., do you think Chris can hold off Nick, or is it going to be an easy pass?
I don't think it will be an easy pass, but if I had to bet my own money, Nick will get by him. It's just he has more pace. He's going to pressure him until he makes probably not a big error, but a little error, and he'll pounce. Nick has a background error. Now, as I say that, then he made that come true. So Nick has a background. He did a lot of racing in Europe in the Cayman class, so he comes to us with a lot of experience.
Yeah, did a great job there down into Sunset. Not a place we've seen a lot of passes, honestly, but made good use of it. So McDuff from the pole down to 3rd. Like I was saying earlier, though, Kovac is a ways behind him. So if he can keep this pace up, he'll at least potentially have a podium on hand.
You got to make it to the end in order to collect that trophy. But yeah, fantastic run. And remember how wide we saw Branimir Kovac really make this car yesterday when he had the challenge from Adam Abrams. So I have a feeling that Kovac is going to kind of be doing that once again. You see, I believe that was Wonderly poking the nose down to the inside. There's a little bit of a right-hander leading into this turn at number 3 section. So I think that Murray is just kind of presenting the car in that rear view mirror, allowing Kovac to say, all right, okay, can I chop the nose? Do I need to go in a little bit deeper? How are we going to play this?
He's got to be careful, though, because Larry Haas has stayed quite close to them. And again, he looks to the inside. Kovac will deny him coming through the bus stop. Maybe something into Star Mazda turn if he could just get a run out of Phil Hill. Behind him, I think that I just saw Maidment chasing on Abrams. This has been a decent recovery. It's up to 9th now for Nigel. He was as far down, if I recall, as 12th after his incident. But it's been slowly but surely catching back up. Nose to tail here for 4th, 5th, and 6th. What's going to happen coming up to the hairpin?
Well, and let me put on my tinfoil hat here, because if Nigel Maidment can get by as Murray Wonderly's taking a look down to the inside of Kovac at Star Mazda turn here, we'll see if he gets to the inside or if this green car of Kovac is going to pop out in front. Murray Wonderly does get that position. Just as I was about to say that, though, if Nigel Maidment can clear Adam Abrams, he's actually faster than this trio in front. And given that we've got 5 laps remaining, there is that pass Maidment going around Adam Abrams to the outside there. I wonder if he can actually make up this 10 seconds. He's about 3 seconds a lap faster.
Wow. Yeah, I would think he's got time. So Haas, yeah, you're right. Also going past Branimir Kovac, it's not been a good lap for the 318 car as they cross the line and the timing updates. There is Nigel, now ahead of Adam Abrams. Move him to P7. And let's see, what is the gap between himself? It is still about 10 seconds, like you were saying, up to Branimir.
And Nigel really has to get up on it right now. That last lap time, not very representative of his speed in this race, because he was making that pass going side by side into turn number 10. But now that he's got a clean windshield and no pressure out that rear view mirror, he needs to hit every single mark and start turning. Qualifying laps, as we've got a big off there at turn number 12, getting quite close to our camera.
That looks like Dave Golds, and yep, there he is, coming across, thankfully managing to miss it and carry on. But yeah, giving our producers behind the scenes maybe a bit of a scare for some of the equipment.
Once that dust cloud settles, there goes Maidment. And I mean, look at how much he's already gapped out over Adam Abrams. It's got to be at least a second. Now, Branimir Kovac might also turn up the wick a little bit. Joe, you know as well as I do, when you have pressure behind you, you tend to kind of get into those defensive lines. You kind of compromise your exits a little bit, and all of a sudden your lap times really start to suffer because of it. Now that he doesn't have that pressure, I wonder if Branimir Kovac can just kind of settle into things and return to his rhythm, which would make it more difficult for Maidment to catch him.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and Joe, go ahead, Joe W.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, it's very easy. I know all these people, and it's very easy to kind of get in someone's head that way when you're behind them, and then they start driving their mirrors, and they're slower, and that's certainly going to allow him to gain. I think he'll clear his head, but Nigel generally has shown better pace in the races so far this weekend and in qualifying. So I think he'll catch him, but as with most, catching is one thing and passing is another.
Absolutely. And as we come down now to 4 laps to go, it's going by very quickly, actually, in this race. Currently still have Bill Durant, our GT5 leader, and our GT7 leader. I've lost track here. Looks like, is it Scarcello now? Excuse me, GT7. It is Mike Porteous, so he is down in 18th, it looks like, ahead of Randy Bergem. But they've kind of settled in a lot closer to one another between our various other classes. Still, the Boxster Spec, the biggest one out there, being led by Rob Walker. This last lap for Maidment, trying to catch up to Kovac. He was a 2:09.1. Kovac a 2:13.3.
Yeah, 4 seconds faster than that car in front of him. He's taken that gap from 10 seconds now down to 6 seconds. And we've got, call it 3.5 laps remaining, because there they go through the bus stop. Call it about halfway through this racetrack right here. So if he takes another, let's just say it's even 3 seconds out, he'll be to the back bumper at about this point next lap. That gives him about 3 laps remaining.
Just going to interject. Branimir had a big spin exiting the bus stop, so Nigel has passed him, and he can going up the road.
Yeah, and I was kind of wondering that as we were waiting for him to go by. It seemed like a bit of a longer time, so fortunately Branimir down yet another. Not been a good final race for him, but Nigel, what a recovery, up to 6th position. Larry Haas, the next on his list. I don't think he's going to catch Wonderly, since we know those two tend to be pretty even on pace, but the 228 is going to have to look over his shoulder a bit here.
Correct. And since you had mentioned the 228 of Larry Haas, that last lap time at 211.7, Maidman still at that 209.1. They should be crossing the line here relatively soon as we get another one of these battles a little bit further back in the pack. This is Alicia Ray. Also got Bob Chang involved. And I believe that's Alan Watts leading the trio.
I think you're right. And Watts must have made that pass just recently. So that puts him up into 9th. Oof, Ray very much under threat as Chang gets close on the corner exit, but doesn't have the room here to try and force it coming through the S's. And he's going to lose the time too much before Sunset Bend to try and see if he can attack over there. We'll have to look to a little bit later in the lap, or maybe get a good run off of this left-hander. He sends it in, though.
It's a good little trio back here, having a good scrap for what is, call it 8th, 9th, and 10th overall in this BSR class. And I will say that if Maidment keeps up these lap times, he will catch the back of Larry Haas. I just don't know if it's going to be in time to have, call it 1 lap to go to try to make a move, or if it's going to be pretty much right at the checker.
Is Joe W., do you know if Kovac has managed to get the car back on track? Because I'm seeing him continue to fall down the order here. So I'm not sure that he's crossed the line recently.
I saw him return to the track, but I do not have a view of pit entry, so he may have come in as a result of that off. He may have just proceeded into the paddock. But I don't have a view of that.
A little bit of side-by-side there with David Gold. That might be Hunduja that he's fighting with. Or no, excuse me, that might be Bill Durant going by. So that's our GT5 leader, I think, overtaking, getting up into it. Vivek Kazari in the Spec 2.7. I think the only one out there in that class, running 14th overall. And continuing to try and stay in the mix on this group as we follow them through the middle part of the lap here, down to 2 laps to go. So we're close to that white flag.
Yeah, I think I saw that Rob Walker last time, maybe just a touch slower. Is this battle? Wow. Nigel Maidment has taken huge chunks of time out of Larry Haas. So let's look at this last lap time from Nigel, 209.2, a 212.8 for Larry Haas, and 2 laps for Maidment to try to get this pass done.
And he's about 1.8 seconds behind at the line. So if he's that many seconds a lap faster, then he should be at least to him by the time they take the white flag, if not potentially past. If he can find a good opportunity, we'll watch and see. As whoa, there is an off for Bob Chang coming through the final turn in his pursuit of Alicia Ray. He is going to keep going, but with a very scary moment, fishtailing off into the dirt.
Big old tank slapper out there at turn number 12, but nice job by Bob Chang to wrestle that thing back onto the racetrack. And I'm sure that there's going to be a little bit of dust and sand down there towards that turn number 1 brake zone, but nothing that these drivers haven't seen all weekend long. That's pretty standard fare for turn number 12 from what we've seen.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know what the count is on number of offs and just the races alone.
Like Darlington, they count the black stripes.
Yeah, exactly. They have definitely added up as time has gone by. He's got to be getting close to Walker coming to that white flag here soon. It looks like Wonderly, was that him close to McDuff? Don't think so. No, it doesn't look like based on our timing. But he was getting close to someone, I thought. So that must be a lapped car, actually. I think he's going by.
And you know what? Credit to Nick Malloy as we get the white flag last lap is, there was the side-by-side battle between Haas and Maidment there coming through that Star Mazda turn. But I was just about to give some credit to Nick Malloy. He's pretty much been matching Rob Walker's times out front. He just doesn't have that track position from the start.
If he had a better run through the field, he maybe could have had a chance to get that win for this weekend and not let the car of 253 Rob Walker take the sweep. Meanwhile, this battle here between Larry Haas and Nigel Maidment will decide at 5th place. Nigel's going to get a big look up the inside of turn 1, but he is rebuffed.
Sometimes you just need to put them on the back foot. Let's see about going into this off-ramp section. They slot in back to the racing line. 1-2, if anything. Maidment was a little bit wide on entry there. And then look at that. He couldn't get the power down in comparison to Larry Haas in front of him. They're going to try to get around this 944. But I tell you what, if Larry Haas is able to clear him before this turn 3 complex, and Maidment's going to try to push his luck around the outside, that's what he absolutely needed to do to stay in this fight.
Oh, and that helped Larry Haas wonderfully there. That lapped car just not in an ideal spot for Nigel. Puts him a little bit farther back. He needs every bit of distance he can so that there aren't more opportunities to try and pass for that red machine. Meanwhile, it looks like Rob Walker getting close to being done with this one as we watch them up into Phil Hill here. That is Wonderly still running in that 4th spot. Not going to get another podium here today, and still behind Larry Haas. Nigel Maidment has caught back up to the bumper.
Yeah, and I think if it's going to happen, it's got to be going through there. And Rob Walker sees the checkered flag, victorious for race number 3 here in the Orange Cup.
After massive gaps in the previous race, it's not going to be as big on this one. Coming down into Star Mazda turn. Did Haas get overtaken this time? We wait to see them enter the picture. No, he still managed to hold him back. It's been a great defense. Malloy, by the way, 13 seconds behind at the end of it. And McDuff, we wait for him to get across the line. He takes a nice podium after starting this one on pole. One last chance if you are Nigel Maidment while we watch Murray Wonderly wrap up his 4th place, and I don't think he is quite there. It was a great effort by Nigel, but Larry Haas with a brilliant defense today.
A beautiful race between those two. Larry Haas, just the immovable object and not allowing the faster car of Maidment by in any sort of way. Watch the rest of the field as they cruise through. I believe Adam Abrams is going to be next up. He's going to claim that 7th place in BSR. Ellen Watts is running behind that with Alicia Ray. And then we saw Bob Chang with that big off there. It's Alicia in that bright blue turquoise colored machine heading through the S's now. There goes Adam Abrams out onto the front straightaway to finish out in 7th.
A nice run by him with Watts and Ray. Ray in front of Watts, we should point out. So they swap positions over the course of this lap. Alicia going to be getting 8th. Watts into 9th at the very end. And Chang, I know he lost some time. I didn't think he lost that much time. Is he still out on track, or did he? Nope, there he is. Okay, I was hoping he didn't have to DNF as well. So he will be able to get there as the last of our Boxster spec cars will be crossing. Also, Bill Durant will be classified as our winner, just crossing the line now in the GT5 class. A nice event for the 526.
Nicely done there. And I also think I see down in GT7, it's going to be Mike Porteous taking that class victory in that number 918 car as well. So good race all around.
Great stuff. Let's quickly go through our results. Rob Walker, your winner here for race 3. Nick Malloy came home second, finally getting to finish one, as Chris McDuff will get his first podium of the weekend. And my timing has just gone away, so I guess we'll abandon that for later. But we will have a quick break here. Then we'll be back for the podium ceremonies after this.
Westwood Racing Supplies is SoCal's home base for serious driver safety and performance gear. Founded by 4-decade POC member Eric Olbers, we've got everything you need. Fire suits, helmets, Huns devices, data systems, transponders, and more. All from the brands racers trust: Alpine Stars, Bell, Simpson, Stam 21, Stilo, Zamp, and Rue. Sparco, MyLaps, and beyond. Need expert advice? Swing by our brand new West LA shop for hands-on support and everyday low prices. Or hit up westwoodracingsupplies.com and shop from anywhere. Orders over $100 ship free, fast, and with the same pro-level service you'd get in store. Westwood Racing Supplies. Gear up, drive safe, and race hard.
All right, Orange Cup race number 3, last one of the weekend for them is done. Drivers are pulling in, getting ready for the podium ceremonies. We'll go to their chat in a little bit once we see them having their conversations with one another. And don't forget, as we see on screen, we've got the last race for the Red Cup coming up after this to wrap up the weekend, and it'll be immediately after, so make sure and stick around. By the way, if you haven't yet, make sure and subscribe to the channel here on DriversEye Live, and please do share it with your friends and share the love here of this fantastic series of the Porsche Owners Club, and give us a like while you're at it if you're enjoying yourself this afternoon. Well, we kind of expected that one to be a bit of a weird one, Joey, as we saw a lot of drivers sort of out of position at the back of the field. But there were some, it felt like there were mistakes from unexpected areas that time.
There were a few mistakes out there. However, we've seen how slippery this Buttonwillow circuit really is. So I guess I should say that I'm not too surprised. It was great to see that Rob and Nick tandem start at the back, really, and work their way up through the field. Rob Walker had that huge 3-wide moment into turn number 1 that essentially netted him a few positions ahead of Nick Malloy, and then he was able to carry it throughout the entire race and ultimately win with, what was it, like a 10-second lead? I noticed that Malloy, I think, lifted off a little bit there on that final lap. And then talk about chaos, too, at the end of lap number 1 through the S's, one of our larger incidents of the day, and thankfully it was a single car incident, no contact from what we saw, but that was definitely a big one.
Yeah, indeed. As tricky as it looks like going through those S's, we didn't really see too many problems out of there, but first one of the day is going to be Rude by Nigel Maidment, who was one of those that wound up facing the wrong direction out of that series of back and forths through there. Just seeing a little bit of track time for some of our other cars on the circuit here that aren't competing in our races themselves, but we're waiting for that podium ceremony to take place here for the last race of the weekend in that Orange Cup, with some very happy drivers and others perhaps not quite as pleased with the results. But I'm sure Rob Walker is going to be smiling ear to ear, knowing that he managed to absolutely sweep this one.
And in a fun fashion, right? We were talking about how fun it is to make all of those passes. It not only improves your own craft in order to read the traffic, be able to get through efficiently, but it is just gosh dang fun to be able to go out there and make that many passes. It's almost like when you're one of these drivers like Rob Walker and you show up to the local mall go-kart track, right, and just are able to stomp everybody.
Curious to know if he feels it compares to that, but yeah.
You don't ever go and pick on him over there, Joe?
You're assuming I have speed in any car.
Yeah, that's
your
true. I've
first
seen
mistake.
you go-kart.
Yeah. But yeah, it's certainly been one to remember for Rob, continuing to solidify his championship. I don't have the updated results, I believe, on the points, but coming into it, he was well ahead of Nigel Maidment, as Andrew Sainer was not here this weekend, who came in second in the points, but has definitely put some big distances, especially since Nigel lost out on that last race. We might actually have had Rob completely seal it up. Don't quote me on that, as we don't know the exact math, but considering how few rounds are left, it could be likely that that basically puts a lid on 2025 for Rob Walker. And hopefully soon we'll be seeing some pictures of them celebrating atop the steps here at Buttonwillow and getting to have their moment in the spotlight here. And then pack up the trailer, you head on home, and you get to savor the victory.
Yeah, that's the whole idea, is to pack up with good, positive vibes after the weekend. Never want to end on a downer note, but see a lot of activity over there on Call it pre-grid, post-grid, paddock, whatever you want to call it over there at Buttonwillow. It's a parking lot in a big old desert. But I think that everybody is having fun, celebrating, and hopefully has learned something this weekend, right? Of course, you want to come out here and win and be competitive and always improve, but you always want to walk away with new notes in the notebook, too.
I remember you always talking about that the best drivers are always learning, always picking things up. And I agree. I think there's definitely a few things that many of our competitors will be able to take away from this weekend, move forward, and hopefully be stronger drivers when they come back at Chuckwalla for the next event. But in the meantime, there will be some body panels to wipe down from the dust. There will be parts to replace, and there will be other things to do to manage these cars before we rock up to that next event. So we continue to see some of our HPDE drivers continue their laps around here in the interim before we get to Red Cup Race 2, which, as we said before, is going to wrap things up for this weekend here at Buttonwillow for the Porsche Owners Club, at least.
Good, actually, side-by-side stuff going on right there on the front straightaway. So maybe even the HPDE guys. Well, you know what? It looks like two BSR cars, some two Boxster spec race cars out there going side by side. So maybe I'm not too surprised.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, we do have some Boxster specs out there. I was just looking at our timing and scoring to see what we have. M3, GT4. It looks like M4. M2 all out there.
And quite honestly, good lap times from these Boxster spec cars. Would love to see them over there in that orange group.
All right. Well, that's Gil Briganti, I believe. We've got
Dominic Ong, got Jerry Chang out there.
Okay. So, yeah, I'd say that's going to be a confidence boost for them. If they choose to go racing, know that they've got some pretty good speed to try and be competitive with a lot of the drivers who are taking it onto the track here in the Orange Cup. But have gotten a little clouds since we started up. We'd been commenting a little bit earlier about how it was mostly clear blue skies throughout, but very minimal clouds. So it still is a nice, bright, sunny day out here at Buttonwillow to give the drivers a little bit of warmth on the track surface itself. The other nice thing is it hasn't looked like it's been too windy. When you get these big flat areas, I can imagine that it can be a little bit difficult with how strong the winds could be.
Correct. However, it is not a completely calm day, and I think everybody is thankful for that because we've seen how much dust gets kicked up even when you have just a little bit of a small off. So a nice breeze to keep the air moving and the dust out of the driver's eyes. Perfect.
Exactly. Just wonderful scenes out here all weekend long that we've been certainly enjoying, Joey and I, and have loved having Joe Wiederholt up in the booth as well with us, been providing fantastic background on the drivers, the track, the series itself, and giving us some great insight into what goes on behind the scenes at the Porsche Owners Club. Joey and I have actually been involved in the Porsche Owners Club from the broadcast side for a couple years now, over on the virtual end of things. So we're well familiar with POC and love getting to work with them. This has been some of our first times this year getting to talk a little bit about their real racing out on the track and see the product that they provide. This nice West Coast-based club does some fun stuff out there with the both the real series and the virtual series. Honestly, though, one of my favorites, kind of one of the, I guess, unofficial ones that we used to cover with them was some fun Friday night stuff that they did. Looks like we've got our podium ceremony, so let's go to that.
So, boys, we have a DFL start last, a start late, and a start early.
Start early.
A great race, guys.
And not a finish early. Yeah,
great race.
These guys did great. Can't keep up with these guys. Too quick.
No, Rob, good weekend. Next to the car's recovering, repaired. Well done.
Nice work.
You guys all give me Chuck Walla? Everybody at Chuck Walla?
Yes, everybody's a
All right.
Do it all over
All
again.
right. Well done. Well done, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Home base for serious driver safety and performance gear. Founded by 4-decade POC member Eric Olbers, we've got everything you need. Fire suits, helmets, Huns devices, data systems, transponders, and more. All from the brands racers trust: Alpine Stars, Bell, Simpson, Stam 21, Stilo, Zamp, and Rue. Sparco, MyLaps, and beyond. Need expert advice? Swing by our brand new West LA shop for hands-on support and everyday low prices. Or hit up westwoodracingsupplies.com and shop from anywhere. Orders over $100 ship free, fast, and with the same pro-level service you'd get in store. Westwood Racing Supplies. Gear up, drive safe, and race hard.
Welcome back. It's time to go racing for the Red Cup here in the Porsche Owners Club Series. We're at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, and drivers are raring to go. We'll be on track in about 3 minutes as we wait for them to be released. Most of the drivers already in the car, if not, probably actively working their way over towards their vehicles. I'm Joe Peak with Joey Atterbury, along with Joe Wiederholt up in the booth this weekend, bringing you the action. Joey, based on what we saw in the qualifying, how close things were getting, I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting race. And remember, yesterday's race had a lot of drama towards the tail end of it. Some great passes for the lead, some multi-class traffic kind of getting mixed up with everything, some aggressive moves around the outside, maybe even an off or two from our leaders. So I can't wait to see what race number 2 brings us here this afternoon.
Me too. Just slotting into line here on the pre-grid before they let them go. Some teams even being so nice as to have an umbrella to keep them out of the sun, as we are getting into the middle of the day here. Sun up higher in the sky, probably that little bit hotter. That's Mike Monsalve's car in the 87 just being pushed into position here.
You mean you've never had anybody follow you around with an umbrella, Joe?
I can't say that I've had that nicety in my life, but when I'm able to afford to hire somebody to do that, I probably will.
No, it is. I would say the biggest difference in the temperatures between the Orange Cup cars that we just watched with those Boxster cars and some of the older cars, they don't have these plastic windows. So in these cars, they're pretty much all sealed up. You see some of the vents, in those C-pillar windows. But it's really more just for trying to help promote airflow. It's not necessarily bringing a whole lot of air into the car. So with these specific cars, it's always nice to have the door open and some shade. You'll even see leaf blowers inside the driver doors sometimes. And in my opinion, if you're going to have a leaf blower pointed at me, at least open up the passenger door too, so we can really get the airflow going.
Yeah, that seems like it would make sense. I always wonder that when I see that too, is how cool does a leaf blower feel? Because that always interesting.
Think about it. If you're sitting out here, and let's just say it's call it an 85-degree day ambient, inside of that race car on pre-grid is going to be probably at least 10 degrees warmer, maybe 15. So anytime you can get some airflow, some survival at 100 degrees, and then remember, you're not in shorts and a t-shirt. You're wearing Nomex. You're wearing a 3-layer fire suit. You got your balaclava on. You got your gloves on, your headset, everything on. So, yeah, air movement is critical inside a race car.
Interesting. I'd always assumed that that's warm air coming out of a leaf blower. So I guess it does make sense in comparison. It might as well be a little bit cooler.
And you might be thinking of the good old-fashioned 2-stroke leaf blowers. These electric leaf blowers are nice and cool nowadays.
Okay, interesting. Yeah.
The brap there in your face.
Exactly. Sure, that'd be nice and loud too, but as we get set up, looks like they're getting ready to release them shortly, so might as well take the opportunity to go through our starting grid for today's last race of the weekend. Dan Aspesi is in after missing the previous races in the weekend on fresh tires. He starts on pole. Mike Monsalve will try to stop him starting from the outside. He didn't manage to get the win yesterday. Brian Van Noy was the one that took the victory. He'll start from 3rd if he hopes to go repeat. Bob Mueller will start from P4. Down into row 3, Garrett Wesseling will be in the 5th spot, and Bradescu will be in P6. Then on to row 4, it's Tom Mueller in P7, and Daryl Troster starting from 8th with that GT2 class. Roland Schmidt will be P9 as Paul Barnes rounds out your top 10 there in row number 5, with Thomas Stone on the inside in 11th and Marcus Rogan starting from 12th position. After that, it's Dwayne Selby starting at P13. Brett Caviglio and the top of the GT3s starting from 14th today. You've got Evan Gold then behind him in 15th, and Ryder Liu starting from 16th. Down in row number 9, it is Jim Salzer in 17th, and Mick Janishak starting from the 18th position. And then it's Andy Sloan starting in 19th, and Kelly Triboulet at the back of the field there in 20th position. Cars lined up, ready to go, out on track, about halfway through this warm-up lap for their release. Again, if you missed yesterday, 13 laps for this group. So slightly more laps than what we had previously in the Orange Cup. However, should be a similar amount of time since these are the quicker cars.
This is our onboard shot. This is on board with Bob Mueller. So this is that white and gold car that's going to be starting up towards the front of the pack. Remember, himself and Mike Monsalve had maybe a few little extracurricular activities in qualifying earlier today. So I think they're looking to set the track right out here for Red Cup race number 2 and get on with a nice clean afternoon.
Exactly. And for those up at the front, going to be fascinating knowing that Dan has that fresher rubber around them. Going to be difficult to beat because he looks so much quicker in qualifying. But it's not about that one lap pace. It is all about who is quick over the full length of it. On board with Monsalve here. He'll be starting on that front row. Now, interesting that it looks like they've got him on the inside. Did Dan actually take to the grid?
I'm a little confused here as well. We're just going to see how they start this thing. But yeah, they're approaching turn number 12 here. And wonderful onboard shots. This is a great helmet camera to really show us how much simulators are exactly like the real thing nowadays.
Exactly. About as close as you can get. And as they come to the line, yeah, it looks like they've got Monsalve lined up on the top spot. So Dan maybe not taking part in this race, which will be music to the ears of Mike as the green flag is out and drivers speed down towards Sunrise. We hop on board with Monsalve, the 87 with the advantage down into turn 1. A little bit of a shallower entry to try to cover off Brian Van Noy, and it looks like he will hold P1.
Yeah, he's able to escape in front of the entire pack here and now into turn number 2. Here comes our split start green flag on the front straightaway here as they charge down into turn number 1. Of course, these are these cars down here in the different class, the GT3 class cars.
Yep, being led by Brett Caviglio at the start. Ooh, a little bit of a challenge there as we hop on board with Mueller. Already Brian Van Noy doing everything he can to disrupt Mike Monsalve. We saw them have a great fight last race, and it is picking up where it left off.
And he almost got the nose to the inside going into that bus stop section here, and now another fast double left-hander. Feed it back around up and over these curbs. You got to be careful. A lot of these exits tend to kind of jump out and bite you. This is some of the faster corners that we've got here, this long right-hander of Riverside, and now we head up and over Bill Hill.
And if you're Bob Mueller, you're probably absolutely loving those two fighting as hard as they are. It's going to help him try to keep up. And if they tangle, then who knows? Bob could maybe steal the win today, as he was close to winning yesterday early on in the race, but then fell off on pace. Coming down into Star Mazda turn, it is still Monsalve leading Van Noy with Mueller in third.
Yeah, but they are very, very close going into this S section for the first time. All the drivers should have everything up to temperature, but we saw that Boxster spec race have some dirt flying here through this section. Looks like these Cup cars are able to make their way through, and this green number 87 is going to lead our first lap.
Bob's got to be careful. He's a little bit wide there coming through the final corner, and because of that, Predeshu is getting very close behind, trying to challenge for that P3. Still, Monsalve having to go a little bit defensive as Van Noy is forcing him to have to play a rear guard here in these early stages.
Look at how close Van Noy is to that back bumper, that green number 87 of Monsalve out front here, but Van Noy doing a terrific job to just try to apply whatever pressure he can. I think that this was actually the first set of corners here that Mike has been able to kind of breathe a little bit because Van Noy isn't attached to the bumper.
Exactly. Really needs that to help himself out at this last little bit as we hop on board with our leader. Can't quite see the mirrors to see where he is in behind us, but it does look frantic from this helmet cam as the car kind of bounces over some of the bumps and the curbs.
I think if you're looking for the cars behind, let's watch the eyes, right? Typically, the helmet follows the eyes. So if the driver is focused on the racetrack, they are not worried about anything behind them. And I certainly don't see any big glances up towards the rearview mirror. There is a big catch of the car up and over turn number 9. And if anything, it's kind of a demonstration of how bumpy this racetrack can be. And this looks to be an off in that section of the racetrack. Can't quite see the car. Maybe there's a car stranded, camera left out there.
Yeah, we'll get a better picture. It does look like, somebody might be stopped.
Remember, we had that car way out there in qualifying earlier today. That's kind of what I'm picturing. Oh, a little bit closer this time.
Are those the tires spinning too?
That's what I'm noticing. That's what I see. There's some reflection on those rear tires.
Yep, that is a car stuck.
Yeah,
we might actually have to throw the yellow out here. We'll see whether or not the officials would like to keep the race going, but you can see it lurching, trying to get it moving. Now, Van Noy obviously has had 2 wins so far, one earlier on this season and one yesterday as he's trying to make it a 3-peat. My goodness, they're backing up behind Mike now as he's leading. But the one thing that's interesting to me, Joe W., is that Mueller has yet to have a win this season. Like I said, I think he's going to be hungry being bottled up behind these two. Oh, maybe we don't have Joe W. with us at the moment. We'll try and go back to him in a little bit. And the car gets going. They're on their way. That may have been Selby, I think, involved in that.
Sorry, I wasn't.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't with you. I was trying to figure out which car it was, but trying to get a better view.
Did you, by chance, figure out which car number it was?
I think it's Dwayne Selby, but I need
the same area of the racetrack.
Yeah, I need to see for sure, but I believe so.
Okay.
Oof. Bit of an Achilles heel for him this weekend. Interestingly, Tom Mueller looks to be the quickest car so far this race. He holds the fastest lap. And Salve may be just running out a bit of tire here at the end of this weekend as he continues to hold up a fleet of cars behind him. There you can see as once again Van Noy trying everything he can, but an absolute brick wall in the form of the 87 is rebuffing him at every attempt.
And I always like to kind of describe this as a little bit different. When it's just the 2 leaders out front, it's pretty much one-on-one. However, let's say if Brian Van Noy tries to make an attempt for a pass and doesn't get the lead, all of a sudden he's got Bob Mueller right in the mirror. And in fact, here comes that attempt for the lead into turn number 1. Van Noy looked to the inside. Monsalve covered it off. So it's going to be trying to do these over-unders for the next set of corners.
Yeah, now he's trying to get a little bit clever here, but doesn't have enough straightaway coming up to 2 and 3. So he backs off once again.
I was just going to point out behind Bob Mueller, I think that's Anna in that number 100 car. She has been right on the back bumper here as well. So it's not just that lead battle. I was going to say if Van Noy doesn't get the pass done, he's going to have Bob Mueller in the mirror. And all of a sudden Anna's there, and all of a sudden Westling's there. Tom Mueller is also there. So it's a good fight for, call it the top 6 cars all involved for the lead.
Something I don't think we have noted is that Dale Troster, who I believe was leading in GT2 earlier, is now down in last place, and I think a lap down. So something must have happened to him as we once again hop on board with our overall leader. Fastest lap now going to Ryder Liu down in 12th place. So a lot of drivers apparently unable to really go anywhere. The battle for the lead goes all the way down to Tom Mueller in 6th, who temporarily held that fastest lap. But now that he's gotten plugged up, looks like there's cars farther back in the fields that are looking a little bit quicker. Down through Star Mazda turn. And Monsalve just, man, doing a beautiful job on this defense.
Let's check the lap times when they go by start finish this next time by. And remember last time, Van Noy got an excellent run coming out of that final corner and kind of threatened down into turn number 1. Let's see if it's going to be a repeat. Looks like the green 87 does a great job through turn number 12, so I don't see any huge runs. Once again, Van Noy presents the car in that rear view mirror. I think it's more just trying to distract our leader, take his eyes off of that brake marker, maybe force him to go in a little bit too deep. As you saw, Van Noy actually had a bumper almost up to that rear axle in this short shoot between 1 and 2.
And at the back of it, Tom Mueller was trying to pick up on some of this backup as Garrett Wesseling was under attack, but he held on to that P5 in the 722 machine. So the green car undisturbed, at least at the moment. Both green cars, really, I guess you could say, undisturbed at this stage. 9 laps to go now. So we're getting into the thick of the race at this stage. It's beyond the entry and continuing to flummox those behind. Mike Monsalve cannot be bested quite yet. Our leaders in the GT2 are Roland Schmidt in 7th, with Paul Barnes behind him chasing for that position. It's about 2 seconds difference. And the GT3s, it is Brett Gaviglio, who is currently in 10th overall, leading that class.
They essentially got 3 packs of cars out there, and I've just been very impressed with how this top 6 is not separated at all. Monsalve doing a terrific job to hit the areas of the racetrack where he really needs to focus on, although this is going to be pressure down here into the Star Mazda turn. Doesn't seem like Van Noy was able to get to the inside. There's that red car in that right side rear view mirror. You saw Mike Monsalve looking at it. He's definitely aware that Brian Van Noy is there. Now he's just going to focus on these apexes through the S's and then get out, start another lap.
Mike kind of playing the part of Gilles Villeneuve circa the Spanish GP many, many years ago with more and more cars joining up. Oh, that looked like a good run by Wesseling, though, there in the back of this time. Could have the run to the inside. Van Noy looked a lot closer. Is he going to keep his nose in? He tries to. He forces Monsalve to the outside, but it's going to switch back in his favor. Coming up into the off-ramp. Can he finally get this one done? Wheel to wheel through there. That looks tricky, and he finally managed to sneak past as the inside curve upsets the 87.
And Van Noy crucially able to put the power down. You see this green 87 tighten the belts a little bit. Know that he's going to be in for a little bit of a fight here in these next handful of laps. Hopefully the floodgates have not opened. Sometimes what happens is the first car goes through, and then all of a sudden this car that we're riding on board with is kind of on the back foot. Van Noy already starting to stretch it out. Did you see the counter steer that Monsalve had? I just think that he's plain and simple out of tire.
I was kind of thinking the same thing there, Joe W., because I was going to ask, is this something that tends to happen often with some drivers? Some are a little bit more kind on their rubber and pay the price later.
That's absolutely the case. That some of the drivers will manage their tires better. It would be a bit unusual for it to be Mike that's on the short end of that, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen this weekend. Maybe his setup not quite what it needs to be for the track, because the fact he has that conga line behind him like that, he's clearly holding him up, and as you saw yesterday, he was pulling away from that group. So I think he has an ill handling car, whether it's out of tire or he has some other handling issue. There's something some of his pace away.
And I was going to ask Joe W., do we know for sure that he had a set of stickers this weekend? Because it could just be that the heat cycles are too far gone.
Well, I'm sure he's on stickers. That part
okay.
I can tell you, but again, it's a little. There's some liveliness from Tom Mueller there with a little off-track excursion.
And here he comes into pit lane.
And here he comes. So he has an issue.
So that that does explain a few things as to why he was so slow out there. In the meantime, also worth noting that Wesseling got by Anna Predescu for third place, what is now third place now that we've had Monsalve duck into pit lane. So there's some real changes in there. And unfortunately for Tom Mueller with his mistake, he drops well off the back of that group. Bob Mueller still sitting in behind in second. He's been freed up now that Mike has pitted in. What's his pace going to look like in comparison to Van Noy?
Bob Mueller, like you said, has the opportunity. However, the raciest car all weekend has been Brian Van Noy. When he got out front yesterday, there was a little bit of a slip up down there at the Star Mazda turn, which kind of unraveled things for him, and then it was kind of gifted back to him. This is his chance for redemption. All he's got to do is focus on every single marker. Just focus on turning laps. You don't need to win this race, right? You're already in the track position. You know you've got the fastest car. You've already extended it out over Bob Mueller. Not sure if that number 128 is going to have an answer, so you just need to go out there and turn laps.
Agreed. And we'll see whether or not he keeps that in mind. Hopefully he'll be smart about this one. There's Mueller. There's Anna's gotten by Garrett. So we had a swap of positions in the previous lap, and they've traded once again. Anna back up onto the podium. And because of them having that distance, Tom Mueller's not able to try and pick up on that as well. You could see just how far away he was after that mistake here through Sunset and onto the main straight. The gap between P1 and P2, look at about 3 seconds. But Bob Mueller with the fastest lap of the race.
56.7 in comparison to the 57.4 in front of him. Down to 3 seconds between themselves. 6 laps to go. There is enough time to catch Van Noy. Is it going to be a repeatable lap time, or is it going to be answered from Van Noy with a response?
That's the big question here.
You can see how much they freed up once they got out from behind Mike. Mike was clearly having some issue because Mike was running laps in the 59. So they're free to run now, and we'll see what their true pace is.
And I'm very curious, Joe W., because I don't have the series stats. Has Bob won in the 991.2 spec class before?
Not this year. I don't. But Bob's won races in the past, but I don't know that he's won in 991.2. He has won in other categories, but I don't know that he's won in the 991.2 spec.
Interesting. So, yeah, this is going to be a big one for him if he can keep with it here. He's got 6 laps to try and do it. Less than that, really, about 5.5 laps to try and catch up and then maybe pass. And as we've seen, even with 2 or 3 seconds difference between some cars, it can still be an enormous task to try and overtake the car ahead of you. Mike certainly gave everybody a run for their money there up at the front of the field, even with a serious problem, it seemed, on his car. There is our leader out of the final turn. Let's see what the lap times look like as they go by. 57.4 last lap for Van Noy, 57.7, so he goes a little bit slower. And Mueller goes quicker, but he's not the quickest out there. Mueller with a 57 flat, and a Predeshoe with the quickest lap of the race at a 56.3.
Nice lap there from Anna, and you can just see visually how much they've closed the gap. So what was 3+ seconds between Van Noy and Van Noy's got a problem. No, this is a yellow. There a yellow flag, Joe W, that we're not catching?
Yeah, I believe they just went yellow.
Okay, yeah.
It looks to be
I think it was for that corner.
Yes, because they look to be back racing again right now.
Yes, I believe it was just for that corner.
Interesting. Well, they pick it back up, so that's going to distort some of our lap time counting there a little bit, but we'll keep watching. Very curious why just that one corner, because I don't think we've seen anybody completely go off there at this stage as we continue to watch them come down towards Phil Hill once more. Van Noy actually looks like maybe he separated a bit, even though he lost a little time having to slow initially. Yeah, it's about 6 or 7 car lengths between himself and Mueller.
And Joe W, did you by chance know what that yellow flag was for down there in that area? Was there a car off?
I'm trying to spot it. I have a few too many trees in the way, so I don't think I can help out. I am looking and craning my head around, but I can't see anything right now. Just any trees between me and where they were.
We'll make sure to get you a good periscope and a mirror set up down there.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Still, looks like Mueller, Predeshu, and Wesseling are quite close together after that little yellow. And all of them pushing. Wesseling with a great run coming off of the final turn. We see him poke his nose out. Not a good enough run. He looks a lot farther away there on that second shot once we get to the end of the straightaway. So now they separate once more with Van Noy leading, trying his best to keep these three at bay, make it a back-to-back win for this weekend. Things have really gone in favor of that 641, but I got to give him credit for capitalizing on every chance he's had.
Anna's doing a little bit more aggressive moves going into some of these corners, just kind of poking the nose out, kind of showing Bob Mueller that she's there, saying, hey, I think I'm a little bit faster right now. I'm trying to get by. Maybe if you make a mistake or go a little bit deep into the corner, it'll just kind of open the door. And you got to be careful, because if you open the door for that number 100, that green number 722 might be waiting to try to pick up the pieces as well.
I was trying to recall, I don't think Evan Gold was our leader in GT3 earlier, was he? Because I'm seeing him scored as the top car over there now. Salzer in P2, who I thought was our leader over in that category. But we'll check on that in a bit. Ooh, as we have another off coming through that final turn. Have no idea who this is. They went way off, apparently.
Joe W., do you see which car this is on the front straightaway?
I've stepped away to try to get himself visual as they try to shake off the dirt and gravel. And here we go. We'll get a better picture.
I think that was 939 that went off.
So that
Which would have been Janaszak, Mick Janaszak.
Okay. Yeah, so he's may have lost a position or two. He currently runs in 13th, and I believe about 5th in the GT3 class currently. Oh, and something's happened to Bob Mueller. He's now scored in 4th. Is that him coming into pit lane? Somebody was entering.
You know, and we've got it on board. You're absolutely right. He has entered pit lane, so I'm wondering what the problem is here with Bob Mueller. He's simply going to pull it up behind this other car and turn the thing off.
Wow. Absolute surprises again at the front of the fields. This time at a bit of a different time during the race, but once again involving Mike Monsalve. But now this time, Bob Mueller finding himself prematurely retiring the car. Van Noy continues to lead. Predeshu now up into second. Wesseling on to the podium.
What a shakeup here with 3 laps remaining. Brian Van Noy still in control of this thing out front by about 2.5 seconds, but Anna Predeshu sitting there in second place with Garrett Wesseling now in third. That's the big time shakeup with no Mike Monsalve, no Bob Mueller.
At this stage, forget the periscope for Joe W. Almost going to need to give him a microphone and send him down as our pit reporter, because normally we don't have anybody in the pit lane in these races, but it's filling up quickly. So we'll continue to watch them circulate with 3 laps to go. Going to be 2 laps to go pretty soon, I believe. Yeah, because there goes Van Noy now.
Yeah, coming out of that turn number 10, Star Mazda corner down there. Accelerate through the S's, approach turn number 12 here soon enough, and rocket himself out onto the front straightaway, start grabbing gears on that acceleration phase, and 2 laps to go. Look at the pressure, though, that Garrett is really starting to apply. He's looking for a way by. He wants second place.
There's been a couple times he's been challenging, but Anna, once again, looking good off the final corner. That's been critical for her, and we've seen that when Monsalve was still out on track at certain times yesterday. It seemed like if you could get those runs off the turn, you're going to be a hard nut to crack.
Very, very interesting. And I always say that corner exit, for the most part, it is the most important section of a corner. Yeah, there's corners that feed directly into the next corner, and you can kind of throw that out. But for the most part, you want to nail the corner exit. If you struggle on corner exit and somebody else just absolutely stomps on it, you're looking in your rearview mirror all the way down the straightaway. They're going to be a threat into the brake zone. However, if you can absolutely nail the gas on the corner exit, there's just no way anybody can keep up behind you.
It's always easier to pass on a straight than it is in a corner. So it's been working out well for Anna, who has been dealing with that pressure for a good chunk of the race, as well as being stuck in that pack for quite a bit of time too. So worth noting that. This part of the track through Phil Hill, once again, Garrett getting very close to the bumper of the 100, coming down into the braking where we've seen some good passes. Nope, she is well clear by the time they get to the hairpin.
Also, a little bit of a shout out here as we're closing down the laps to Roland Schmidt. He's currently our GT2 leader in that class. Turning some incredibly impressive lap times late on Sunday afternoon. That last lap, fastest lap of the race for him, 58.7. That's faster than our leaders.
Wow. And worth pointing out that he's 5th overall. So yeah, beating a couple of our spec 9912s. As we get the white flag, 1 to go. This is it. This has gone by fast, these 13 circulations around here and into turn 1. The lap traffic certainly complicating things for Anna.
I think that was that same car that had gone off just a couple laps ago, trying to stay out of the way. So if anything, it's actually closed down our 1, 2, 3 lead, and you see that white and red car out front. That's another slower car that our leaders are going to have to work their way through, coming up to a very fast section of the racetrack. Could this play a part in the end of the race?
It very well could. They're going to have to be on their toes. Remember, it had a big factor in their first pass for the lead between Van Nooy and Monsalve on yesterday's race. So as they start to approach, and it was coming up to this area here too, up towards Phil Hill, that we saw that change for the lead.
Oh, we had problems there with Anna and Garrett. I think that Anna went a little bit wide in the bus stop, and then Garrett essentially followed her off. That was a separation between our first, second, and third place runners.
Yep, Wesseling no longer glued to the bumper. There he is right there. Lost a ton of time. At least he gave it his all. Unfortunately, just did not wind up paying off. But man, great run by Anna here. And she's not that far behind Van Nooy. I think it'd take a wild finish here for her to beat him to the line, but you never know as we wait for them to exit. And that is not her right behind. That's a lapped car. So that's also going to prevent her from trying to get by unless that car pulls out of the way. So Van Nooy might have this wrapped up here as we watch him exit the S's, come down towards sunset. Yesterday's race may have been a bit of a surprise. Today, maybe a little bit of a surprise too, but this time he controlled it for a good chunk of the event as Brian Van Nooy is your winner back-to-back.
Nice run from that number 100 of Anna Predeshu. She finishes in second place. I think I saw Garrett Wesseling cross the line in third. Got a big dust cloud here through the S's section. We watch the rest of the field come through.
I don't have him showing as having crossed yet.
Yeah,
nope. That's Mueller. Tom Mueller has come up in third after he was struggling to keep up for the latter half of the race. Wesseling continuing to fall down. Not sure where he wound up.
And I don't see him on pit lane. Oh, got a car stopped. We've got a red flag. So there must have been a large incident. There goes a safety vehicle in a high speed. So what I'm going to assume is that cloud that we saw is in the turn 11 S section. And there was an incident towards the end of the race. And I assume that it's going to involve Garrett Wesseling.
That seems the most likely. Really crossing fingers that everything is okay as we wait for confirmation. Sad to see this right at the very end. It does give us a chance to go over the results since I assume it should not change from here. Brian Van Nooy, your winner. Anna Predeshu will get an excellent podium with Tom Mueller finishing in third. Roland Schmidt P4 overall, and he was our GT2 winner. Paul Barnes is in 5th, Garrett Wesseling in P6, Evan Gold in 7th, and Thomas Stone in 8th. Hopefully that car that is smoking is able to get that to stop here. But we've got Jim Salzer in 9th, Brett Gaviglio P10, Andy Sloan in 11th, Daryl Troster in 12th position. Mick Janishak was 13th, Kelly Triboulet in P14, Bob Mueller 15th, Ryder Liu in 16th. Mike Monsalve will be scored 17th as Selby last on the field. We're going to sit tight here for a second. We don't want to speculate on what's happening, so we'll wait until we get some information.
See how the car is pulled off on the side of the racetrack to make sure all of the emergency vehicles can get to where they need to go. And this is pretty standard practice, Joe Peak, for a red flag procedure. Is to essentially make sure that they can get to where they need to. And now you see that we've got a black flag out. So what they're essentially doing is going to parade the cars around at a slow speed to bring them back into the paddock. No longer a red flag procedure where they have to stop on the racetrack.
Only information we've got so far is that there was a lot of dust at Riverside. We are getting confirmation driver is okay. That is great news. So we're hoping there would be no injuries here this weekend. I hope the car is in a decent shape as well. Hate to see a fast machine get thrown in the heap here as we wait for more.
And I'm curious more than anything now that we've got word that the driver is okay. We got word that maybe it was the Riverside section of the racetrack, which is essentially where this camera is right here. But
just
I do
before
also,
it, yeah.
Yeah, but I do also remember seeing a large cloud of smoke. I shouldn't say smoke, dust, right? Dirt, dust. Coming through the S's on the final lap.
Interesting. Yeah, because I had not seen that before. But a great race for Van Noy. I want to give a lot of credit to Anna Predeshu for bringing home a second place up there. It was only 2 seconds behind as well at the end. So she was looking pretty quick there coming towards the checkered flag.
Yeah, and overall, I think that there's lots of positives to carry out through this weekend. A beautiful weekend in Southern California. Some Porsches going around the racetrack. A little bit of drama to end this one, just like we had drama to end race number 1 in that red cup yesterday. But that's just what these drivers do. They love to entertain us.
Exactly. And as you can see on the screen, the next race is going to be at Chuckwalla. That's another new one for me. This is my first time covering anything at Buttonwillow. Joey, do you have any experience over with Chuckwalla? I know you said you've been out here a little bit.
So out of all of these California racetracks, I've actually never been out to Chuckwalla. Willow Springs and Buttonwillow are kind of the two primaries, at least if you're talking more. But Chuckwalla also very, very popular. I didn't spend too much time racing in Southern California. Out of the California racetracks, it's definitely Sonoma, Laguna Seca, Thunder Hill. Those are the ones that I've got lots of laps at.
Looking forward to the drivers getting out there for that one. It's going to be a couple weeks. November 8th and 9th is when you need to look out for that one. So we'll have another couple of days of racing. And we'll get towards the very end. I don't believe that is the finale quite yet. I'll try and get confirmation on whether or not that is accurate on the schedule, if we've got one more after that. But looking forward to the drivers getting back on to track. Again, a big thank you as well to Joe Wiederholt, who's headed down to the pit lane. And he is taking care of some things down there. So he's got himself busy, but we appreciate him coming up and joining us up throughout the weekend and giving us lots of great information. So let's head to the impound. Let's hear some input from the drivers.
star out there, Mike. You need any coaching about tire management? Talk to Anna about tire management. Yeah, she did great. She had the fastest car there at the end.
So that was at the start.
Ben Oy was at the start. All right.
You were slower than usual. Tires were gone.
And then
Job, Dan.
I'm not going to rag on it too hard right now. Yeah, I didn't see it.
The hair was in the lead group.
It's an end over end
Like mid-race.
or roll.
Where did he hit you?
But he's all right.
In the,
Oh. Okay.
that was Ben Oy.
So that's a kiss. Yeah. Oh, that's Garrett? So that's...
Yes, sir.
How's the race, gentlemen?
Great. Awesome.
Well, you were maybe one of the only two cars that didn't have an incident. No.
I had a spin.
Well, that doesn't even count anymore.
That's for pussies.
Mark, I was just going to say, I have pictures of Mark Foley where it shed parts from one tree to the next as it rolled. Yes. He got out of there and walked away.
I'm holding third, and I'm figuring, okay, so I'm going to have to go down to second, get a little more squeeze on it, because he's killing me in the cotton corners. And then Ryder's giving him the what for, and I'm like, yeah, this is good. Ryder's giving the what for. And then take a look at this. Come look down here. Look at this. Look at this. This is Ryder Lou. Did that to me.
Hey, the two of us have fixed worse than that with duct tape.
He was supposed to be.
Did it have to be him?
This was supposed to be the greatest racer in the history of racing, but what does he do? He hits me in the back. This is not a club, man. We ain't dancing. This is no. Anyway. So, hey,
Well,
speaking of the
job,
guys
boys.
that had, we had contact between us, and I had screwed up, but you know. Anyway.
Right there.
Yeah, right there, that corner. So it was he was just pulling a pass. So tell the audience how you made this beautiful damage to my bumper.
Oh, I fucked that up pretty bad. I made a nice pass on the other car in turn one, and then we were side by side.
Beautiful pass.
Yeah, then
When you're on the inside,
Yeah, we
which
were-
was going to put you on the outside,
and we were side by side, and then
going to off ramp.
Yep, and off ramp, and then I hit my outside wheels hit the curb, and it.
You went over the dirt.
Yeah, I was on the curb.
You lost a little braking force, so I'm like
Yeah.
just at the turn-in point, and then I'm all of a sudden, bam! And then I'm around, and I'm thinking, what just happened? Because that was about a 40-mile-an-hour hit. And then I thought, well, he's killed the car, the turbos are dead, we're out, you know, motor died. And then I fired it up, and it was like, oh, it makes temperature. And then I moved it, and I was like, oh, the wheels roll. So, damn you. Use your brakes.
Yeah, my bad, man.
Let's get podium.
Yeah.
Podium, quick portrait.
Podium?
So we'd say it's making 60 PSI.
Who's third? Yeah, who's third? Tom? Tom.
Oh, careful!
Watch out for the podium.
That was all good.
Podium will get you.
Ryan!
If I can, I'll just take a quick shot, and then I'll be done.
Okay.
Take your position.
Okay.
Hey, wait a minute. How much did you weigh after qualifying?
Hey, Anna?
Mr. Brian.
Mueller.
Thanks for letting me under for one.
Mike, were you manually shifting?
Was I manually shifting? Stick shift?
Were you in emergency mode?
Okay.
I can CG him in.
Here. There we go. Hang on.
Okay.
I'll never come.
Hell of a race. Please take your positions. That was awesome. Oh no.
Valley's trying to sneak in the picture right now.
All right, that was a hell of a race. Let's celebrate. 3, arms up, baby. Let's see it. 3, 2, 1.
Put it up, Brian. Number 1. Number 3. All right. Way to go.
GT3?
Yeah. GT3, quick portrait. Oh wait.
Right, Evan.
This guy. Hell of a race. Let's celebrate. Arms up, hands up. 3, 2, 1.
Well, a fun weekend all around here at Buttonwillow. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you, of course, to our team behind the scenes here on Driver's Eye Live. We'll be back for Chuckwalla Valley Raceway November 8th and 9th for 2 more days of racing action in the Porsche Owners Club series. Big thanks to Joey Atterbury as well as Joe Wiederholt joining me up here in the booth. In the meantime, I'm Joe Peak, and until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.